on YouTube. Yippee! Didn't take me 500 years to figure out. Jesus Christ. What am I doing? Oh my god. Yeah, thank you, Crack McCrack, for your 5 gifted subs, man. Consume burger.
Consume burger. It all you must do now is consume burger. It is a must. It is the juicy insides that fear me.
I don't know why. I've been getting way into Bell Nero's voice. I play game. I don't know if they ever optimized this game. I still run it on the lowest thing possible. I think I'm on PvE mode. I should be. I am. So I have not done this yet. I have not done termination. So if you guys want to come play, you're free to. I'm basically going to put up the code. And first come, first serve. I'm not going to do a whole poll or something. I was getting a bunch of interest around something called Trench Crusade from the Warhammer community. Now finished Kickstarter, apparently. I humored a lot about that too. And I asked Warpugs if he wanted to play. Yeah, see you later, Achilles. Thanks for chilling, man. I asked Warpugs if he wanted to play some one-page rules for the Grimdark stuff, because I actually really like it. Really, really like it. And one of the things that I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind here. One of the things I really enjoyed out of one-page rules is the alternating activations and not having to roll for charge, which can get finicky a little bit. I like how quick it was. Just quick, simple, just boom, boom, off you go. Okay, we got people. Awesome. If you guys want to play a particular class instead, feel free to be like, hey, can I play this in chat? And then I'll switch for you. You guys are gonna be like way higher level than me. I have not grinded this game at all. Yeah, if you're at your classes, that's excellent for me. And just to change a level, we'll do it on average. Because I'm baby level still. The wizard vote for space room power armor, time to serve the god for man and slay his enemy. Yeah, I have not done this yet. Dude, try the game's running like shit for me, so might as well be dead. Wait, yeah, no worries. I kind of want to see what the intro is. Sorry, fellas. I haven't seen this yet. I mean, I'm sure this is different, but, you know, or this is the same, but, yeah. Probably getting something like that. Yeah, sorry. Oh, I enjoy the new missions. Me too, man. You're the voice actor for Leaving Russ, right? Yes. I did the Leaving Russ. Yeah, stupid move, so. Thank you, y'all, Dova. Here's a scribble band. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, but that's pretty much what I've been doing. I've honestly just been really trying not to do anything. I've been like looking at there's a bunch of I've been like maintaining some stuff at the tabletop chat.
The Tyranids have already established their deploy towers. They mean to harvest this planet's biomass. They will take Kadaku. But we
I'm
need to
glad they
get
have their
there.
CP straws.
Those towers, they're bio-titan. Find a way to bring them both down. Trap them in their own filth.
I like how they expect like 3 Primaris Marines to figure that out. You know,
Acadian platoon has taken up position near an abandoned Imperial fortress. Their weapons will lead the
3 of them.
counterattack. The Acadian commander can brief you on the fortress's current status.
A fine place to split open Tyranids.
Oh, he's so cool. Oh, look at him.
Are strong enough to bring down that beast and the towers.
Oh, he's so neat.
To penetrate the main gate. We'll need another one yet.
Hold your position.
Oh, look at him. Oh, the guardsmen. Oh, look at them.
Jungle towards the fortress.
Oh, even got the map and everything. You got a topological, like, damn. You got bumps on your map. Oh, they're so cool. Also, just seeing the Lehman Rushes are firing down on them. Oh, it's so cool. That's amazing. That's what it's all about. That's so cool. I want to adopt him, even though it's heresy. Dude, I've seen that model in real life. Like, I fear for anyone who has that model because that thing can so easily break. And it worries the hell out of me.
Captain Akaran, the Cajuns cannot topple that Tyranid behemoth without the fortress's weapons.
The front gate is inaccessible, so you must enter from below. Fortress schematics show a waste reclamation center. Travel beneath the Tyranid and up into the fortress.
We will secure the fortress without delay.
Yeah, with being on keyboard, blocking's a bit awkward for me, so.
I will break your guard. That is a conflict.
Yeah, so chat, I wanna propose an opinion, right? Chat, how many of you played, I assume all of you have played Space Marine 2, right? You know, type 1 if you played through Space Marine 2. So I can kind of get an idea, you know, who's played through the campaign and stuff. So now I'm gonna type 3 if you played through Space Marine 1's campaign, like the very first Space Marine, you know, back in the day. You kind of remember most of its beats.
Swapping magazine.
Okay, 3. Okay. So next question, then. Would you agree that the first game story and the second game story is practically the fucking same?
Changing magazine.
Sorry for adding that word there. I need to stop that. It's practically the same. Do you agree? Yes or no? Pretty much, yeah. Okay. Because I'm currently writing because I had to debate what type of video I want. I'm kind of redoing it because I was like, here's my review of Space Marine 2, but I was like, I don't think I could quite review it right in my eyes. I wanted to do a different spin of it because I think everybody was like, oh, here's my opinion of the game, and I'm like, and in my mind I was like, hey, I should probably, you know, sorry. That doesn't work. That's also a thing I put in. I'm saying, like, that shit just doesn't work. The counter stuff. I get an indication, hold the button, sometimes doesn't happen. Yeah, but I was like, I'm not going to really review it, really, because I don't think, because everybody has their opinion of it, really, and I don't really think I'd be adding anything new to it all. Oh, I messed that thing up, Jesus. Oh, I can't. I hit a block. Yeah, so the decision I decided to make was I'm going to instead make a video saying, is the first game, like, is the second game better than the first game? You know, which one's better? And as I was writing through it and recalling a lot of it, I had to, like, stop myself a couple times and go, oh, am I just having rose-tinted glasses of the first game? And then I started messing with it, so thank you guys for carrying me. A good game, he likes it a lot. Yeah, like, it's a good, they're both good games. Like, that's the one thing I could establish of, like, they're both good. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just, which one's better? You're okay. But like that. No, I'm good. I would cue it, but my thing's done.
Fresh magazine in.
Wait for it. Bada boom, bada bing. There you go. CBS is down. There you go. I think the multiplayer 2 is better. Multiplayer makes 2 better, hands down. You would have to compare the solo experiences by themselves. Yeah, and that's what I've kind of done. I've pretty much compared the story and a little trickling of what the campaign's like.
It is imperative we learn from our victories
Shepherded.
and our defeats.
Yeah, thanks for carrying me, fellas, by the way.
You can learn from my
So
actions.
near a third of the god. Demon House? No, I don't.
Proceed to
Let's
check.
see what Demon Throw making an appearance.
Core specs ready to scan.
Sorry, I was on the mindset. All right. The so the surmise I got basically for the story that they're basically the same. And chat, would you agree with me that Space Marine 1 story is better? Like, objectively looking at both of them, would you agree that Space Marine 1 story, not like playing through the campaign, but the story is better than the second?
Rallying reserve forces. Halt it. Rearming.
Yes, the orcs with the combat story more entertaining. Orc will also be type Tyrant. And yes, but only because I'm orphan addicts. The Space Marine! So I'll basically explain to you why I think the first one's better, and you can tell me if you disagree or not, because I kind of want to find any holes of my logic and just kind of present it to other people and be like, this is why I think you're wrong, Lauren. So the first camp, the story beats are all exactly the same, but I think the execution's different. And I think obviously the first point, I think everybody just kind of nailed on that. Also, please don't get a video for yourself, by the way. I'll read your stuff. That was my big thing. I was going to lose a great thought. One of the big differences is the antagonist. So in Space Marine 1, you have an immediate, consistent villain with the war boss, and he is always there. He's always like he constantly messes with you in the campaign. He's a lot more personable because he's basically a fucking orc. And he's there for most of the campaign. He's an actual antagonist to Titus, and he shows up and he has a mission that's all of his own. Like, I'm here to loot your planet and beat you up. Like that is my mission. And obviously, if she was Titus, like, you don't really have much of a dialogue, but you get a begrudging respect with him because this war boss is going after you in so many different ways. He's sending his orcs after you. He's trying to fight you himself. You deal with him in multiple ways. He sends different vehicles after you. Like, he's actively going after you. As for the Tyranids, there's nothing. It's just an endless horde, and the only boss that you get to fight for, you don't even fight in the campaign. Like, you don't fight it at all. You fight it in a side thing.
I assume the reclamation.
Yeah, you fight it in a PVE mission that's not part of the main campaign. In other words, you could argue that, oh, well, you just do this PVE missions alongside the campaign as you're doing it, but it's not crafted that way. So, in terms of an antagonist, you know, Space Marine 1, I would believe, would be a lot better. If chat, you could confirm with me if yay or nays on that point. If yay or nays, if you agree on that. And if you say nay, I really want to hear why you would say nay. And we're talking about just like the first Zenith guy. Chaos is a little bit different, in which I still think Space Marine 1 is a lot better. I see what you're saying. It feels more personal in Space Marine 1. Yeah. It's a lot better. Hi, Kami. Congrats on your new model, by the way. I don't know when you debuted and stuff like that, but I hope you had a lovely time with it. Started playing some Space Marine 2 because I haven't got to do this PVE mission, and I'm talking to the chat about the first Space Marine game and the second one, even in September, where it looks wonderful. I think it looks amazing. It came out really well. I know I talked to Salty about it and stuff, and I was like, it's very pretty. So, you did a phenomenal job. Or the artist did a phenomenal job. You puppeted excellent. Or you puppeted superbly. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we're playing some Space Marine 2 with chat right now, and they're basically carrying me, which I appreciate them. And forgive us, like we're talking about, for those of you who might be fans of the Space Marine games, I used to speedrun the first game, and I got several world records in it. And I'm currently working on a video saying, sorry, let me go over this way. Okay, sorry. That felt so cool.
Eliminating the matter at its source.
All right, so basically the discussion so far was the antagonists of the first Space Marine game and the second one, right? And one of the other bits that I kind of criticized the second game for, I mean, I hear Japan get away in the morning. Dude, happy to no problem. They're gonna hear me talk about Space Marine games. You go rest up. Go get some food. Thanks for chilling with us. So basically, there's the first game. You know, had the Orc Warlocks and the Xenos faction. So basically, first game Xenos faction, way better. Orcs are just more fun. They're more enjoyable. All that other stuff. Now for Space Marine 2, you know, Tyranids not really fun, not very personal, but they're fun to fight against. But they're not really amazing, right? They're really not the best thing in the world. Not very personal and a whole bunch of stuff. We're here, brother. Sorry about that. So for Chaos, chat, would you agree with me that Chaos in Space Marine 2 just shows up in the most dumbest way possible? Would you agree with that? It's the most infuriating shit in the world. So just to make sure I'm right, the only sign of Chaos, like the only hint that you see Chaos ever show up in the second game is right when the Thunderhawk crashes, and they write their fucking name on it. They put all these symbols and stuff. I'm like, why? Why are you here? Right? And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you had it clear out. Like, no one knew you were here. There were no signs. And I remember talking about it with Breaking just a slight bit. And I saw some comments people like, I know I could have just went through that door, but I'm just killing it at this point. I'm trying to beat this guy up. Jesus. It's pretty dumb. Yeah. And yeah, they just kind of show up, do their thing, and then that's kind of it for the second game. Whereas the first game, there's a lead up, there's signs. There's lead up, signs, all this other stuff basically saying, hey, there's something wrong here, and it's up to you to figure it out. What are we doing? I know we opened up that big door. I don't know if we're looking for anything. Oh, we're looking for Gene Stealers, though. Yeah. Burton initially thought it was a Gene Stealer cult with the Thunderhawk incident, which might have been interesting to have seen. Dude, I kind of wish it wasn't Chaos. I wish, like, after, in hindsight, I wish it was not Chaos. Well, I would have been okay with Chaos, but I wanted the twist to be that Necrons woke up. And then it would lead to a Space Marine 3. And you fight Necrons.
Fresh magazine in.
There's all the Necron ruins. Didn't do anything with that. Having to be Gene Stealers. I feel Gene Stealers would have been a bit weak because you're already here with the Tyranids. Oh, Iris, thank you. It's like you're already here with the Tyranids. It would just be more Tyranids and be kind of boring. Like this would have been, it'd have been better if you were fighting like a renegade world. If it was Chaos first and then Gene Stealers or something, or you know, Gene Stealers are gonna better in more mysterious setting. Like fighting them in a big war kind of bit's kind of not. I don't think it's quite their style.
There is no pain I could face that will match the disappointment of my battleground.
Strike to the heart.
There's a little man.
Scanning.
I mean, you know. Hi, damn you. You took my execution. I was right there, man. No, no. God damn it. You fucker keep still on my shit. Yeah, so we can both agree, we can all agree that Chaos's introduction, you know, Chaos's introduction is garbage.
Gathering
We can all
supplies.
agree it's garbage in the second game. It basically the thing I started writing down in the script is that this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Like, I don't know why Zinch is doing this. It must be some weird plot thing. And then I started going through my footage of the campaign, trying to go like, okay, if they revealed themselves here, then they did it for a reason. So what's the reason? And I couldn't find it.
Good spirits inspire us all, and there are no finer.
I couldn't find any reason why Zinch would need the Ultramarines to do anything to accomplish their goals. Like, they already have the power source. They can easily get into the Necron tomb. They don't need the Ultramarines. At first I was like, oh, do they have to like unlock a gate so they can get through? No, they don't. Chaos was already there.
Swapping magazine.
You know, there was no reason for any of them. I like think.
My resolve is tempered.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to do anything with it. So it was a huge problem. Thank you, Dot, for your sub, man. Dude, man, it's a big picture thing. Oh, their picture sucks, dude. It's AI generated. That's what that's fucking looks like.
Take what you can carry.
Like, these just plan sucked.
Fresh magazine in.
Ooh, you want to get me some weed? I love tactical games, man. I'm kidding, it's up to slightly worse time, but it just didn't matter. None of it mattered. I didn't do that. Wow. Okay, so we got that down, so we all agree on that. So combat-wise, chat, the one thing I'm kind of itching on a little bit is basically I kind of put the story of like, the orcs were better, the chaos was better in the first game because there was a build-up and a mysterious thing. The villain actually took actions against you. There was a lot more interesting things going on with it. And so Space Marine 1 in terms of that story is a lot more engaging and interesting. That's basically what I surmised it to. So gameplay wise, what I wanted to go in on compared to Space Marine 1 and 2. Now this is something I think we all will kind of debate on. Chat, what type 1 for Space Marine 1 and type 2 for Space Marine 2? Do you think, which game's combat do you enjoy more? Like, in the thick of it of what we're doing. There's one's combat of fighting orcs and there's second games of fighting Tyranids in this kind of setting. Like, which one do you think is better? Like 2. I don't think you have Buffet and Trash. I appreciate it, man. You're from watching your initial playthrough. So, why? My biggest question is why?
The Tyranids seem to know you're close. They are amassing at the fortress.
Good.
It's like, why do you prefer the second game over the first game? You like the parry mechanic? Can't say I played either. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, if you haven't played it at that point, it's just seeing what everyone else answers.
Ammunition here.
I got hell stuff. With my auto bolt rifle because I like it. It's the boy! I'll let him do anything. I don't know if we should be doing that. Combat Berry is better. In one Space Marine felt like it was sluggish to turn. But that would say because you play with a controller on PC. Because with the mouse and keyboard, you could whip around in Space Marine.
Changing magazine.
Like, you are fast as fuck. So they come back to that boy. Oh, he comes to kill us. Comparing gun strikes primarily just feels more satisfying to fight crowds. So I just didn't have the same impact for me. Yeah, I'm of two minds, and it's one thing that I really struggled with. So tell me if this logic makes sense to you, Chad. So in Space Marine 1, you had the execution mechanic. In Space Marine 2, pretty much says the exact same thing. And with that execution mechanic, you very much regain health. And as you regain health, you know, you basically are able to push yourself forward via gameplay and through your own skill, right? In Space Marine 2, like right now I'm at half health. The only way I can get health is using this med pack. That's one of the only ways, unless the shield guy finds that I have the white bar for the kind of healable health for that. But if I don't have that, then I can't heal myself. Oh, sorry. I got the wrong button. I'm trying to Gears of War it. Oh, it's so damn cool. Ah! It's all goopy! So basically the design of Space Marine 1, oh my god, what is hitting me?
Press the attack. Do not let them recover.
Too close, frustrating to check for interesting. Yeah. The one I think is worse. What I think is worse is how Space Marine 2 feels in combat, because you're having to rush around like some other games design language, going around going, hey, you need to go look around for resources. Where in Space Marine 1 gave you that feeling of you are here. You're here to fight Xenos and like and beat their ass. You're not here to do anything else, right? I bet I could do it now. Recharge the cans. I also feel the armor is completely used in Space Marine 2. It has a real feel to it. Yeah, they very much switched the execution mechanic to be into another resource. And I don't agree with the design. I much prefer the execution mechanic give me health back. Because the problem that happens, because the problem that happens is that this entire game is designed around co-op and playing with people that are playing with bots and playing with a squad. It is designed for you to basically survive through the level, not beat your way through the level, if that makes any sense. Like, you're not trying to... Oh, that's like in Space Marine 1, whenever you got done with combat, depending on your skill, you would basically be like, okay, I have successfully done the thing I need to do. Right? Because right now, I'm fighting for my fucking life, man. Like, this sucks. Like, this doesn't feel good. I'm getting attacked every fucking second. I can't really regain any health. I'm at the mercy of the game right now. And if I execute this guy, I only get my armor back. I get no health. And right now, I'd be like, oh, this is perfect time for HP, but I can't get it. You know, I'm stuck with the fucking armor value. And screw me, right? Because I'm like, I want to be healed. I want my health. That's the resource I care about the most. The armor's supposed to be padding, you know? And that's why I think Space Marine 2 feels just a little bit less fun for me, is because I have to hunt for these fucking med packs. And I don't like it. In the counter system, like it feels worse because I'm on controller, right? It feels a lot worse because I'm on controller. Like, a controller's a little bit easier to deal with. And it's satisfying when that happens. See, now I have like rechargeable health. Now I have to like do enough damage, and I'm fucking struggling to do that now. I've lost all the targets. It's not fun. For me. Like, for me, this sucks dick. Whereas in Space Marine 1, it was like, oh, do I need health? I'm going to actively get that health through gameplay. Not through this stupid bullshit, you know? I'm juggling way too many goddamn mechanics just to survive. That I'm relying way too much on one person to have one perk. And I don't like that. I really don't like that. And that's been the criticism I've been thinking of, like, compared to this game to the first game. Whereas the first game is like, imagine if this is like a knob or something, right? Or like a shoot-a knob. I'm like, okay, I have half health. I see this guy. If I get rewarded by beating him up, I would heal my HP back, and I'm ready for the next wave. I feel like I can get into the thick of it instead of being punished for fighting, right? And that was my thought process. Oh, sorry. You know, does that make sense, or am I crazy? Am I not explaining this well? Because right now, with me, the counter system's great, but that as an example of that Tyranid, he didn't flash up that he was coming to melee me. Only the special attacks come up, and that flag is the only way to heal me. Only if he did it, if I had the rechargeable, like the white health, I did not have it. If he had the perk. And if he didn't, then I just don't get healed. You know, that's why I think Space Marine 1 feels better, because I'm trying to actually get into the thick of combat. Like this, I'm weary of getting into, because I'm going to have to spam block ever so often to get it to work, right? Oh, that's such a cool animation. Dude, he looks so cool. Dude, I don't know how many of you are Tyranid fans, but you know, it's sad you don't get to play them or anything, but like, yeah. You bet the sippy straws. Bring them down. Oh, that's so cool. I personally prefer it with the armor being rechargeable buffer to make you feel durable than to play very skillfully to maintain your health. Like, I'd be okay with it if I could get health back, and health was just, I get hit a bit harder. But as long as I can get health through gameplay, I would like it more. So, yeah, it makes sense. You enjoy prioritizing the power fantasy. Yeah, like you're playing a fucking Space Marine, right? It is, your entire desire for this game is to be like, you are the most badass space warrior in the universe. There is not much, there's not much out there that can toe-to-toe you, unless it is like some super ultra thing, right? Like, there's not a lot extra for that. So that's why I criticize this game's distinction, because it's trying to add skill to the combat, which I would agree with. Also, that mission was awesome, by the way. What I'll rotate people, just for other people to come over and be like, "Hey, I also want to come play," because I want to do that mission again. But if you are someone else different, I would love for you to come over and play. But yeah, one of my favorite operations, definitely. Thank you for those who joined me on that mission, by the way. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for carrying me there. Haven't tried lethal yet? No, I'm just not high enough level yet. I'm a big fan, yeah. As personal to Norks, it's kind of the appeal. Turned into more eldritch. Yeah, they don't get to be presented that way in this game. It makes them a weak antagonist, but they're fun to fight. Over to you, Captain. Let John's at your service right now. Nah, you did great, man. Yeah, so I'm just rotating people through so I can just have different chat members who want to come play. But yeah, I like the weightiness of Space Marine 2. Space Marine 1 made you feel more like a Space Marine. Yeah, and that's the criticism I was giving for it, to where whenever I am fighting things in Space Marine 2, right? Oh, Storm Vermin to load up. Whenever I'm fighting things in Space Marine 2, I feel as if I am doing my best to just fucking survive, and I'm trying to hold my health as a precious resource, right? Because I know I'm going to need to keep up as much of my health as possible to get to the next point in this multiplayer mode that I have to then get a health pack for.
The only thing better than
And
a
that's
chainsaw.
really annoying to me. Whereas in the first Space Marine game, I know that anytime I see a horde of orcs coming at me, I'm not worried about my health as much because I know through combat I can get my HP back, meaning I get to enjoy the fight. I get to carve through it, and if I get my ass beat, it's because I just played bad, right? The skill kind of goes in for that. Whereas in this game, I can just keep getting my armor back as much as I can, but that armor disappears like that. You know, it's super quickly gone. As to where my health, although it takes a little bit more to get through it on higher difficulties, it's like Jesus. Even then, I'm like, I need my HP back. Not only can I just not get it unless under very certain circumstances, or if I ran out of health kits, I'm just screwed. You know, I'm just screwed, and that's not a fun feeling. You know, it's not a fun feeling in any way, shape, or form. Also, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to switch classes, if that's okay. Because I'm also want to get a point from chat about this motherfucker. About this son of a bitch. Because I got some complainings about this guy. I got some complainings about the assault. So, just for the assessment that I made. Just for the assessment that I made, just for those of you who've really played the first game and the second game, would you agree with my point, or do you see there's something that's just glaringly wrong with it? And that's okay. It's okay if you think there's something glaringly wrong with it, because I would love to kind of identify, like, hey, something's wrong here. Like here's a counterpoint. Because I feel the counterpoints are mostly just like, my counterpoint is just, I just have a preference, which is okay. You know, because I prefer a game one way, you prefer a game another way. And what I'm meaning is the feeling of the health in the execution system. Play Space Marine 2, your healing seems down. Yeah. Like, I enjoy the countering. I like being able to block. I think that's really cool. I don't like how just fucking random it is. Because there's the special ones that tell you, I really don't like the unblockables. But for just like, general, just like, oh, someone's about to hit me, let me block. When you're in a horde, you're like, it's like, what the fuck? You just have to spam it and hope you get something sometimes. The intention of the game is for players to focus on getting armor back before the player's health took a hit, but armor drains too quickly for that to be viable. Yeah. So I'm kind of glad that we're generally together on it. The point isn't like lost to the wind, because I was worried about that for a bit. Kind of like, like I enjoy it when you get much better at the game. When you get better at the game, because there's a difference between someone's expectations when they're first starting the game and someone's expectations when they've already played the game for hundreds of hours. Because for someone who played the game for hundreds of hours, the countering's a lot more natural for you, right? And speaking of playing it in certain ways, with my controller, because I'm a melee guy, so you're probably not going to see my my gun shoot because it doesn't pick up on the controller.
A Cadian platoon is taking up position near an abandoned Imperial fortress. Their weapons will lead the counterattack. The Cadian commander can brief you on the fortress's current status.
The Tyranid
Here's
shall
the thing you
burn
do
for
with
the
the swarm.
infestation they
Can't take out the
spread.
swarm. Yeah. Always.
A challenge. I will
Alright.
enjoy killing that one.
So next point that I have in the script, right, is through gameplay. And the campaign, the jump pack works a lot better because you can actually go up into the air and dive down to do a bunch of stuff. But in this game, if I remember, it's cute. That's just how far you can jump up. That is how high you can go. that Stormbringer and enjoy that view. It's such a good view, man. It did such a great job. It's amazing in multiplayer. I'm still in about that. I'm still in with the assault. Because people who say that it's amazing usually fight people who just are not used to this thing. And it's changed over time. At the very beginning, this class was a joke in PvP. Like anybody who attacked me with this guy, I would just laugh. I would just point my gun, kill them, and then they would die. You know, simple as that. You know, like there would be no way for them to actually kill me. Now they're dangerous. Now that because they're charged is all that. Why did I lose 2 HP for something that I didn't even 2 armor? Dude, that's what I'm talking about. now I got like 2 pips down. I don't even know how. I gotta try to execute. Saw those ones that perks killed you. I did not know that, actually. I never ran into it. Yeah, now my armor's back somehow.
The Xenos infestation is stemmed.
I think they nerfed it from the campaign. I think they overdid it. Need a middle ground. Yeah, I imagine that why they don't let you go up into the air all that much in this is because they don't want you to hop onto a ledge and just cheese the enemies, or they don't want you to break the game, which I think people have already like broken. They've already broken the levels sometimes from some of the things I've seen, but not egregiously so. Those Atlantic things that didn't actually do damage to you. Well, until it was poorly coded, yeah. Seems to have made that go a little bit more forward. I got finger confused. I want to execute. I only got 1 pip left. 1 pip there. I'm coming, my beloved. Yes, right now I'm like, man, I really want HP back. Oh, armor? Oh, thanks. Just like, no, whatever, man.
Jump pack refuel.
Block. There's a second attack on me. Let's get that guy. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on it. I have to actually pay attention as an assault. So just a squeaky little guy. There we go. So chat, I'll now ask you, the assault class, you know, our jump pack boys, do you prefer the first game's version or the second game? Like if I would be like, hey, you can play any version in any of the game's versions, which one would you pick? First game. Yeah, because it feels better, right? It feels loads better. It feels so good. It feels like an extension of yourself. Like nothing feels wrong.
That pitiful Xenos.
All your buttons make sense. You don't have to like dance around a bunch of stuff just to make it work. And I felt like assault should feel like incredibly fast and brutal strengths. Yeah. And the criticism I have, just checking if there's anything back there. Yeah, the criticism I had was that I believe somebody on the design team played the first game and was like, the assault class was way too damn overpowered. This shit sucks. You know, like I will never ever allow this class to be dominant again. And what they did was that they just super restricted it. And made the jetpack, instead of the main defining feature of the class, to be more of a side accessory. Any back there? No? Okay.
You recite the codex well, but what of the scriptures?
Oh, I do it. I'm coming, friend. There we go.
Of late, I spent much of my time.
Well, Vanguard kind of is trying to fit that niche, but it's a bit
I should see the
redundant.
cherub
The
to
two
recite
classes
the
fight each other for the
Terraria
spot.
rules.
Yeah, it's like they split it. How many classes are there in this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 6, 7? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. That would be the criticism I would have, is that they pretty much like looked at the first game's version and was like, no, that's too strong. We can't give you that much power. So they nerfed the hell out of it. In multiplayer, it's a bit of a mixed bag for me, because every single time I try to mess with it, it could just be a get good issue. And there's some of you out there who just get godly results out of it for some reason. Like I do not. Oh dear, there's nothing I can do there. You know, something I want to get into the thick of, but I got punched.
Medical assistance would be welcome.
That at least in the PvP mode, like assault is either like I have the best position possible to kill you, or I am such an easy target. It's insane. Like it's an opportunistic class is what I would identify it as. I would not identify it as something that is a mainstay forward, like being in the thick of it class is an opportunist class, more like an ambusher. Of like, I now see a chance to kill that guy, I'm going to now take it. Otherwise, everything.
The waste reclamation entrance is directly ahead of us, Captain Aquaman.
The Space Marine 1 PvP, but even just from the
Ships are
campaign,
moving into range of the
yeah,
Comparative
it's
towers.
pretty much the same. This game like restricts. This is all in different fronts. I want to play with Thunderhammer. So I love Thunderhammer. Oh, die. Got a friend here. The assault class and
But my wrath is stronger.
yeah, the assault class in Space Marine 1, at least for PvP, I definitely enjoyed with Space Marine 2 by slowing it down a little bit, because it got a bit insane pretty quickly.
My war gear is
Because if you weren't prepped for it, people who are in for the assault class would just ruin your day.
another alien born.
Look at this alpha range. Jesus. Like, I'm just trying to swing my fucking hammer. And heavy and big weapons, like I enjoy using the Thunderhammer too, but I feel like I'm punished, especially when everything's like grabbing at your health. I don't feel like I get to like do a big wind up and go bam like I could in the first game. Like in the first game, it's like if I got a Thunderhammer, like you feel powerful, like you're ready to go, man.
Stim shot injected.
But in this game, I get a Thunderhammer. I feel I have a debuff. Because with my chainsword, especially with the dueling options and stuff, like I want to do this, like I barely do this. Like it's kind of useless to do that.
Wake up all of the machine controls to reach
Off we go. feels very useless to charge it up because you're just gonna get bitten to death. But it's so cool.
Blessings extended to the slumbering world. Awakening has begun.
Thunder's my favorite weapon, except for Power Fist, because it's so cool to straight up just segregate things with a punch. It feels great.
Biological impurity detected. Invasive material must be removed prior to resumption.
How do you remove this? You just shoot it or hit it?
So we can leave this room.
What you do? I don't know what you do with this.
This is but the outcome. We need to find and remove the spores.
Oh, it's back here.
Brothers, we have reduced the
Oh,
blast.
it's these things. Sorry, Tyranid, 1 second.
This Tyranid growth will no longer affect the machines.
I don't like that thing. I wish to leave.
The Imperium's hammer rises to strike. I grant you destruction. Xenos hungry for safety. But the Imperiums don't.
Oh God, I got shoot. It's that. It's that right there. I don't like.
Invasive material detected.
Is that like in first game? I'd be like, I'm gonna bash someone to get some HP back. In this game, it's like multiple things in different sequences are now going to melee you. Good luck blocking it, asshole. You know, and I don't like it. It doesn't feel good, you know, and yeah, and that's why I have a problem with it. Bam, parry, you need to shoot once to reset it. It still doesn't feel great. Even with that logic, it still doesn't feel good. Because I see something wanting to come get me, and I'm like, oh, block, you know?
Registered biological battle present.
So, yeah, believe me, this is not me bitching, by the way. Like, I know it sounds like it, or it's like, oh, this streamer's just been a little bitchy boy. Little bitch. You know? It's me pretty much just trying to be like, okay, I'm working on the script. Let me just voice it out loud and see if anyone's like knows or when you're wrong. This is why.
System accessible.
Good shot, Thor.
Resume communion with the consoles ministers.
Next story update would be, I don't know.
Communion established.
They can kind of go anywhere with it. I mean, they hinted with the Necron ruin, so that'd be kind of cool to touch on. I like those Tyranid warriors with the 2 bone swords can block my heavy bolter shots. That's annoying as well. It's kind of like, hey, those swords aren't that perfect. They're not a perfect shield. What's going on, man? All right, game. Fuck you then. I wanted to jump over, but screw me, I guess. Oh, God. And I hate that. Block. That time I'm bitching. That time I'm like, this sucks. That I didn't like at all. And once you learn the combats and stuff, it's not that bad. That's just a get good. Yeah, it's nap time. Nap time. Elephant play. Yeah, that's a good skill issue on my part. You carry fire shot. Yeah, if you can, resist the parry line keeps you from getting. Yeah, that sucks. I don't like that. Because the problem is if you have multiple things meleeing you, you know. You know, it's like, yeah, I appreciate it. Like, my point still stands. It does not feel great. Of an operation or mission. It's also a Tyranid ship in orbit. That would be really cool. I really would like that. Because I don't think there's a lot of, I don't know if there's any Space Marine games that do show, alright, again, that do show the interior of, no, there was one. There was a Kill Team game that tried to emulate itself as XCOM that lets you go inside a Tyranid ship. So they do exist. Take fencing weapons, just spam parry and be unhittable. You know, I'm fine with the diminishing return. But not after one block.
Raise the oversight. System restoration complete. Granted
Journey leads elsewhere. Let us open the door and
That was really useful. That was really useful there, you know. No, I hit the ground. Damn, that's interesting. Yeah, I remember playing it because we were trying to look for like XCOM alternatives for Space Marine until the Grey Knights game came out, which I still haven't played. I should probably play through
you're unable
that.
to leave this room until all of the consoles are awakened.
Yeah, so far that I have that major point for the script of the first game thinking for that. So for the stuff that Space Marine 2 does have, I did point out that Space Marine 2 has a lot better options in terms of your classes and really kind of solidifies the roles. Now, weapon variety is a bit missing. Space Marine 1 had more interesting weapons for you to choose from, but majority of those roles are kind of filled out. Oh, dear me. Also, that counter system, so that blue thing there, I once more held down the button to counter and nothing happened. Some hottie. I want my armor, please.
Sector is cleansed of Tyranid presence.
See that. It's not working. Please work. I keep trying to counter as a melee. I keep pressing the button. It doesn't fucking do anything.
Some of your warring warriors
Alright, I stalled it. Alright, hi, Grapes.
It is renewal given form.
No, the worst part is, chat, I can't thunder hammer the biotype. I don't think I can play this game anymore.
What needs repair? The Imperium the armory.
Yeah, for the weapons, we already did that. My point still stands. You should have watched the load that I had previously. I used the fencing chainsword. My point still stands with them. Have it blocked up, and I thought. That's why fencing with this modifier. Yeah, it's the core gameplay I'm talking about. It's when I'm. Oh, hey, fellas.
Purification by strike. The Xenos infestation is steady. Me as an angel of death.
Oh, the charges are so slow. Alright, good. This is cute. Ah, it's gonna be him.
All my armor with cannon fire. Reload.
Alright, did we do it? Okay, I think we did it. Good job, fellas.
I am airborne ready. I am the righteous storm.
Good luck, everybody. Alright, cover. Ah! It's a boy! It's a baby boy!
The Emperor sees all evil.
I don't know how I got here.
That links will take us directly to the Tyranids and to the canyons.
Eve. I'm just being bad right now, don't worry about it. I missed time with blocks there.
The Carter effect's battle rhythm.
Thank you. He's a good lad. Good job, Stormburn. Yeah, I just missed time. I blasted that one. That was me. These are made GW themselves who really want the... Oh, Guardian Breath. Can I not ping anymore? Am I pinging? Middle mouse button not pinging? Is it T?
Iron Earth relics. Jump pack refueled.
Yeah, really want the primaries to be face of the Space Marines with their arsenal smaller and compact, the classic Space Marines. I mean, they kind of just unified it a lot more instead of having like a billion options. So, I was saying they kind of detracted from what the tactical Marines were.
The Tyranid seem to know you're close. They're amassing at the fortress.
Which I just forgot. I was like,
It will only result in more losses.
But so far, that's like some of the big criticisms I have. The big ups that Space Marine 2 has is that the class variety, like being this guy with the shield, I think everybody wanted that. They wanted a storm shield for so long. Like this class, I can't remember their names. I know exactly what they are, but names I just can't handle. Here, you guys can heal them.
State what you can carry.
Fine, I'll do it. You know, different types of classes, reformatting them. No longer is the Devastator the sniper anymore, because that was the one big thing that was different. Is that in Space Marine 1, the Devastator, yeah, the Devastator basically took a last cannon, then he became your sniper in multiplayer.
I shall suffer your foray for only so long. That pitiful Xenos was but no horror.
And there's also some like, there wasn't like much in terms of like, oh, you can get these types of perks and completely change the way the class would be.
Wrath shall reign.
Yeah, completely change the way the class would be. In Space Marine 2, you can change like the sniper to be a close combat sneaky rat bastard, which everybody liked. In Space Marine 1, the big difference was the Devastator being a sniper. I can't think of any other like super big variants for that in Space Marine 1. I kept trying to think of someone else. I'll do it, Paul. He's my Tyranid.
Defensive cannons active. Targeting system non-functional. Initializing
I had more classes with Primaris, but it feels too many now. 3 separate names for the compact groups. It's like, yeah, they got like aggressors and all this other stuff. Like they got a lot already.
See how the filth suffers against our glory. Annihilation targets us poison. Pure shot. This is how we burn away.
Excuse me. We have to spin the wheel. We gotta see if the bride C is right. I love this wheel. All I do is give it the Price is Right wheel. And not with the Fortune Price is Right. They get that like big like boop, 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 and then it does the thing, you know.
Onslaught of purification.
That's why I throw that wheel every time. Hey, you'll do that. I want to melee you. It sucks that I can't just fly up and melee you. Do you think Hierophant can or can't, Jack? Oh, there we go. I hate these things. I hate them. Stop hitting me. thing has to be going down at some point. Jesus. Look. You guys deal with that thing.
Avenging angel, you're supposed to.
I'll get the big one.
Again successful. Cannon targeting link enabled.
There's Big Daddy. God damn it.
It spews its violence.
Gonna hurt.
We must not get close to its pollution. See how the filth suffers from its pure shot. This, the abomination targets us with poison. Do not let yourself be sullied by the Xenos' weapons. See how the filth suffers
Yep.
from its
Oh, it wouldn't let me move. We're getting going from his dirty's armor. Some of the hardest in the galaxy to wear 3D. I'll hit a rip right through them. Yeah, it all depends on the rider. Thank you, Peltista. Peltistia, for your subscription. I think I'll buy an octopus for your sub. Thank you. All right, we're trying to go. I'm pretty much using today as a. Yeah, if I can get a revive, I don't want to use the thing if I can. I have it, brother. Alright, so there's one criticism. Space Marine 2 is better for classes. Space Marine 1, there's not much of a variance I can really think of. Unless chat mentioned one, and I just didn't read it. I'm over here. You're not gonna look at me. What else?
Obliterate this.
So we all agreed that Space Marine 1 story was better, or better executed, because it's practically the same story. Space Marine 2, in terms of their execution, also, I don't know if somebody else would do it. I've just been kind of picking the initiative on it. My bad, fellas. But we'll try it. They're gonna find you.
It spews its violence towards us. Stay back from the Xenos' carry.
Trying to think of anything else. Sorry. Focus on the fight.
The abomination, once we activate the auxiliary generators, we shall rouse the last.
He has recharged these fucking generators so many times. They won't leave it alone. Oh, there's so many. Time for the prize. He is right. This is the medial stuff. I know, right? I'm trying to think what else I had in for the script. I think the next thing was multiplayer. Someone else can do that. I've already done it a few times. Someone else needs to be killing that. That is all you friends. I will help here. I would love to move. Moving means I get to play the game. I felt cool there. I felt really cool there. I was like, I got him, Pa! I felt especially to the campaign doing some highly frustrating sections, the gargoyle events, and the garbage thing while Ripper swarms and a billion projectiles are around your result. Yeah. I really didn't like I didn't like the Ripper swarm section. I definitely did not enjoy it. Actually, there was one thing I was going to add in. That Space Marine 2 just kind of executed the story a bit poorly because I called it in the script blue balling. They had blue ball sections. So do you remember in the campaign for Space Marine 2 where you go up to the bridge? And funny enough, Space Marine 1 has a bridge level. You know who did it better? Space Marine 1. Because in Space Marine 2, you come up to the bridge and you do not join the main assault, which is one of my biggest tiffs with the game. They put you on these side passages instead of letting you be in the front line for a lot of things, or the really big battles. They section you off in this little play area, which is really annoying. In Space Marine 1, you get up to a bridge, you land down, and I think it's was it the Blood Angels or Blood Ravens? I think it was the Blood Angels that showed up. Blood Raven. I think it's Blood Ravens. I can't remember. I have to double check. Regardless, Blood something shows up and says, Blood Ravens, thank you. They're like, Battle Brother, we're fucking here to help. You know, we knew we were coming. We're here with the fleet. We're here to kick some chaos ass. And you're like, oh, hell yeah. It didn't transition you to another cutscene. It didn't bring you off to another, like to do another random segment where it's just like a, you know, the off the beaten path while they do everything. You fight with them going forward past the bridge. You're like, there's some sons of bitches there. We're gonna kick their ass, right? Like you're like, I'm going forward with my battle brothers, and it is cool. You live the fantasy of you and your fellow Space Marines, and even with another faction, multiple of them going forward into battle. It's so damn cool that you're pushing the line. In Space Marine 2, you see this massive bridge battle that's going on, and I'm like, I want to be in there. I want to be in the thick of that. Also, thank you guys for playing this mission with me. You guys did awesome. Thank you so much for carrying me. Thank you so much. You guys did amazing. And so you're like, oh man, like I want to join, but you get put on this side passage, right? And you're like, oh, okay, sure, I'm helping. You're like, all right, whatever. You know, like you do your thing and you fight through and you go to the next thing. And you know what the biggest blue ball is? Now, chat, how many of you played Halo 2? Right? How many of you played Halo 2? Raise of hands. You know, type 1 if you ever played Halo 2. You remember the bridge battle, right? I mean, it wasn't as like tons of AI and stuff like that, but you got given a tank. And the game said, here is the most powerful weapon we can give you. Go forth and kill everything on this bridge as you go forward. And by God, you ruined everything on that bridge. You kicked its ass going down that bridge. And you're like, oh, hell yeah. The fun fight, you're going straight forward, you're pushing through the enemy lines, you felt badass. You had just Sabaton playing, going like, you know, you're going for it. In Space Marine 2, you finally see the grav tank, man. You finally see that damn grav tank. And you know what happens? I'll fucking tell you what happens. Hold it. We're gonna do a little thing of of history lane. Let me see here. Could I potentially, 1 second here. Video projects, Space Marine 2, footage. Now the real question is which one. Here it is. I may crash my stream with this. We're about to find out. I don't know if it's gonna. There we go. Okay. So basically we got this. I gotta find where it's at. All right. No. Here's me playing through the entire game, by the way. Which one's Bridge Battle? One of them. Yeah, I'm way past it. Here it is, I think. Yeah, we're getting here. Somewhere in here. There it is. All right, so here's this bridge, right? Here's this bridge. It's all badass. It's glorious. It's beautiful looking. You know, I'm getting loot or whatever. You know, you fight all through it. You do all this stuff. And then eventually, you know, like you're fighting through this bridge. Everything's all great. Everyone's all happy. You know, you're carving through it. You're doing all the buffs. Things are coming after you. You're feeling kind of badass because you're pushing up. You're on the side of the bridge, right? You see this huge battle with the Imperial Guard and everybody else going there. But you got put off to this other section because the game can't spawn so many enemies or else it's going to crash your game, right? Also, do you get HP in the campaign if you execute? I think you only get armor. Yeah, you only get armor. That sucks. So, yeah, you're basically carving through that. Get all the way up to the bridge. I don't think it was a very long segment either. I'll tell you what the blue ball moment is. Here's the blue ball moment, all right? So you're walking up, you're like, oh man, boom, grav tank. Fucking look at that thing. Look at that thing. You're like, hell yeah, there's a fucking tank. And it just showed up on the bridge and we just pushed up. You would question yourself, as someone who has played video games before, would you, like, are you gonna be like, oh, do we get to play in the tank? Do we get to, like, get in the gunner seat of the tank and blow people up? Do we get to do that? You're like, oh my God, it's the fucking grav tank. It's even floating and shit. You're like, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, you come over and you see this guy like, I'm like, I will help you out, Titus. You know, welcome to the fight, brother. You should join me and the rest of us going in. Oh, do you want to ride? You're like, oh, hell yeah. It fades to black. You're like, going to get in the tank, going to blow up more Tyranids. Going to be super fucking cool. And you know what happens? Get up to here thinking, okay, I'm going to roll up and do. Nah, you're off. You're off the bus. You just get dropped off. Nothing happens. You know, apparently all the Tyranids just died. Everything's just like, nah, you're good. You got off the short Space Marine bus. Welcome back. Welcome back to what you were just doing before. You know, no variance in the gameplay or in the campaign. No, nothing. It's just sitting there. Just... He's just there. You know, thing like... No, what's funny? The Marine says, Lieutenant, the Cadians are requesting support. And you know what he says? Go. Thank you, brother. You should be where he is. You have a fucking tank. You know, like maybe. So here, one of the things for game mastering, like tabletop campaigns and stuff, is that whenever you have this cool set piece of this objective and the path to get there, right? If anyone deviates from that path, you just move the content in front of them just to make that go, right? This tells me they just couldn't get the tank figured out, or they just had no plans to make the tank combat even happen, because then putting vehicles in Space Marine is a difficult thing. And yeah, they just didn't do that. And to also showcase, so I'm trying my very best to like, there we go. For some reason, space didn't want to do it. Another blue ball moment, funny enough, would be after this. You know, we get through all the rest of the campaign. We're doing stuff. It's all really cool. You know, I got a temper tantrum moment. Friends. Actually, should be coming up for this. Oh yeah, this is when the game started glitching out for me. I think it was here. Yeah. Like everyone gets the jump packs again. You know, everyone gets all equipped up and stuff. And this section gave us the best line, you know, of the entire campaign. You know, it says, while it's holding the obscurity when there's glory center. I was like, I don't think it's good voice. I can't hear it, unfortunately. You know, Tyus is pretty much saying, like, this is the status of the stuff. This is the problem. Is this it? No. Okay, this is not it. Where is the segment I'm looking for? So there's a segment where they're pretty much... There it is. So here's a segment here where they're basically catapulting themselves down to the surface of the planet. And one of the other blue ball moments, the one thing I was questioning is like, why is this here? You know? I was like, why is this segment here? And sorry, I would fine tune, go over where it is, but this does not have any fine tune controls. Okay, here it is. You're like, I apologize, stuff like that. Not necessary. You know, he apologizes for trying to kill him. You know, which honestly, out of the first game to the second, one of the things I also touched on for the script was pretty much the comparison of the first game's side characters compared to the second game. In chat, I would have to ask you, how, for those of you who have played the first game compared to the second game, my conclusion was I think the first game had more memorable side characters because of their personality and their actions exuded better. Like, everyone remembers Leandros. Sidonis probably not as much, but when they saw him, it's like, oh, this guy's a veteran. He's one of Titus's good friends. That's why his death was impactful. Like they exuded confidence, and overall they were just like, oh my gosh, this is like better, right? You know, like you remember the characters. These side characters, I can't remember their damn name, but I know their story, and I know some of the details that they have. That they basically they were more developed, right? They were more developed because they were given some time for them to actually have some conversations and to actually have some mini character arcs. And there was a article that where the game developer said, we wish we had more time to work on these characters, but doing co-op and stuff like that ate all of it up. And also this right here is a detail. Titus here says you grew up on Calth. So here's a really odd detail, chat, that doesn't make a lot of sense. He said you grew up on Calth, and then he says, why don't we settle that debt today? So it doesn't say it here, but he explains why he is from Calth, because this character, which I can't remember his damn name, but he's the one who had the anger arc and stuff like that, because he hates heretics. This character, which Calth event, pretty much whenever the word bearers, if that's correct, word bearers, invaded Calth, which is 10,000 years ago. Yeah, unique heretics. I say that because he has like an extreme emotional attachment to it when he's not supposed to be as emotional. He's supposed to be tempered. He goes a bit out of his way to lose himself in rage. But this guy is 10,000 years old. Because he would have to have been nearly 10,000 years old in the Horus Heresy to understand. Being front in the back of calls for, yeah, and apparently the lore reason that the wiki kind of brings it up, which I think is explained in a White Dwarf article or somewhere. He was just in a freezer that Call was working on the entire time. And I'm like, what fucking stretch is this? Like, I know it's Warhammer, right? I know it's Warhammer, and a bunch of fantastical and weird things can happen, and you can just bullshit any reason. But why him? You know? As I recall, most of the Primaris freezer care for 10k years. Like, if so, then I would understand that. Hey, Gabby, thanks for your scribble, and also thank you, Mangus Bunny Mom. Here's Oren, pre-ordered Space Marine 2, but didn't have the right hardware. Oh. Well, if you pre-ordered it on Steam, you can probably just get a refund and go buy it on a console if you have a console. I don't know, man. I don't doubt that there's just a spare Marine and cool. You're just waiting for a real emergency. Yeah. Primaris mostly being in the freezer for 10 years, I was all kind of fuckery and I hate it. Yeah, like the real question, like I don't think Primaris Marines came about because Call was just working on that shit secretly for 10,000 years. Like, if that is the lore, I've missed it. I've clearly missed it. And which, if so, my bad. You know, I forgot that detail. But that is the lore. Okay, I fucking missed it. Sorry, I was horribly misinformed. My bad. Okay, so he's just one of the original ones that got brought through. Okay, that makes some sense. Regardless, weird. Sorry, I'm still catching up on all the Warhammer lore. I was watching a whole bunch of lore stuff for the Votan guys, and they turned into my favorite faction very quickly. I love Space Dwarves now, and I'm a Space Dwarves fan. Like right now, it's Space Dwarves, Orcs, and Imperial Guard. In that order, which has turned into my favorites. Because I just love, well, I love dwarves and the grudges and stuff, but I just really find it funny that their AI is going fucking weirdo, and you know, I can make a whole bunch of like Like the only reason you exist is because of an AI generation error. You know, I can just make fun of them. Tuned out past 5e or 5th edition, yeah. Actually, they have done this quite a lot of Primaria, so Gilliman went behind his brother's back, taking away recruits from their legions they really needed and is never touched on. All in general, there's some mechanics fuckery about with him, yeah. But regardless, there was this character, you know, he was there at Burning of Calth, all that other fun stuff. Stand of freezes the entire time. So here's this scene, right? Now, as a spectacle, this scene is awesome because for one, it's an homage to the first game. I guarantee you it's an homage to the first game. It's exactly how the first game started and was a really impactful thing. Apparently I missed him saying that Project Start does not approve this action and stuff, and he kind of says like, but I think it's a pretty cool idea. You know, for one of the characters, for him acknowledging saying this guy's better than the Leandros. So, of course, they jump off. It looks cool. It looks so damn cool, right? And of course, you're going through this entire thing. There is no reason this should be here. Like, this is a spectacle. It is fucking cool. Like, it's really good. I just don't understand why it's here. This could have been a cutscene. Because this has... I'm rewatching it here just to make sure I'm not losing anything. This has no gameplay benefit. It's also I'm messing up here. Like, it's mostly here just to kind of look cool. But I don't know why this couldn't have just been a cutscene. I guess they're just like, yeah, let's make an interactive cutscene. You know, because you didn't get to do this in the first game. You know, like I thought you could kind of like land on some space debris or something and fight your way through, or maybe chop some of these things out. Also the Helldrake, which is cool. You know, Helldrake's awesome until he gets, you know, rock and stoned. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. Yeah, it's just a big visual thing. Honestly, it could have been a cutscene. Is that just Warhammer is cool for the sake of cool? Yeah, but for like production wise, quality wise, like if all this other stuff just couldn't be finished, the real question is like, why did you spend all the time and resources on this when you kind of just turn it into a cutscene? You know? Yeah, the Helldrake and Rock and Stone was ballers. Everybody loved that scene. I love that scene. We all loved that scene when it was live. We're all like, yeah! We were all cheering, man. But no, that's the yeah, that's what I call blue ball moment. Sorry for the big rant there, because I'm practically just working on the video script and want to share with you all. All right, with that, let's go ahead and bring some more people in. Come play that mission again. There's the, actually, before we do that, let me change my stuff. Just so people coming in know what class I want to be. What do I want to be? I want to be heavy, man. I'd be in heavy bolter. Casting check when I was on, dude. It was such a good moment. Somebody was a huge Space Marine fan and was like, we're adding this. This is so cool. Let me do this. There we go. Now anybody can join in. If you haven't played before for this mission with me or whatever, feel free to hop in if you want to come play. And if people don't hop in for like a good minute or two, then people who did play with us before can hop right back in. I just want to let new people be able to join in if they want to. And if you're on console, you can also play, because we're doing PvE. Is Magnus here? Honestly, that line would have been better if he was like a space wolf or something. Like, where's Magnus? Well, I guess it gets Zane to make sense. But you get the idea. How's it getting? Yeah. Yeah, so there's that. That's a criticism I have. So far, in terms of gameplay, I think Space Marine 2 evolved the game better, and as you get more and more skillful in the game, more you kind of appreciate that you're more active in the combat than just carve through stuff, stun things, get health, keep carving. There's a lot more to do in Space Marine 2, and there's different ways to kind of play the game, which I think is phenomenal. In Space Marine 1, you didn't really get a lot of options anyway, because there was the campaign and the PvE mode. And the one thing I also state that Space Marine 2 objectively becomes a far better game regardless of just kind of the gameplay stuff that kind of gets added through and some of the points they made for it, it's just there's just a lot more content. Because in Space Marine 1, the only PvE content you had was the Horde mode. And this game, slated in the future, is going to get a Horde mode. So already, just what the game has besides the Horde mode, has so many more options for people to play with. So that's just like the really big difference that's been going on. And it's one of the big defining things that really kind of like, you know, make it work. And you put cutscene because the new game thing developers working on. We're gonna hit a few things. Yeah, it's just weird, and I question why it would be there. But they could probably just spent it on being an actual cutscene. Modifiers ops in the future too. There's so much coming to this game. Yeah. So, in terms of like what's a better game, especially in value, Space Marine 2 is better. Then it's new, graphics and all that other fun stuff. Like objectively, like checkmark to checkmark, 2 is better in that regard. And then PvP comes into the question, and then that starts to get a bit muddled, because then it starts getting into preference. And so far, because I've been trying to go through the script a couple times to see what I would consider to be better, and playing both of them, because we played Space Marine 1 multiplayer, because I played it far in the past before they wiped the servers, you know, to redo your perks again. And we played it with the community a couple times before we could do the stuff. That's not in. All right, do with that. So basically, we played both games multiplayer, and for the memory I have, I had more fun playing the first game. And I think the main reason I had more fun playing the first game is because I had enough variance in it that I could change things up a little bit, or I could do something just a little, like, it wasn't as the most enjoyable game mode, but it was more fun with the Dreadnought Assault. Like that I enjoyed. If the PvP in this game was just expanded a little bit more, like in the second game, if it just got expanded with more game modes, I think I would enjoy it a hell of a lot more. I think I would look at it and go like, okay, like this in terms of a value product is better, because of whatever is on offer is not as good as the first game. But in terms of gameplay, that then turns into something that's subjective. And I'm struggling to identify what is better. And it's getting to the point where I might just say, this is just going to depend what you enjoy the most. Because I enjoy the first game's multiplayer more. Because you could fit more people into it, you had more maps, you had more variety in your PvP modes. The assault just plays a lot better. It's way better. Your heavy assault, unfortunately, like the heavy assault in PvP is a bit lackluster compared to the first one. It could still do some work, but, well, no, I'm sorry. The second one's better. I got my thing mixed up. The second one's better. The first one with the heavy bolter is not good unless you stance yourself, in which in that game, if you stay still, you practically die. It's not fun. So it's a real challenge in that case. All right, let's do this again. He almost always has spawn camping in my experience. Yeah, because in the second game, you just keep looping around. The first game had that a little bit, but they had a protected area. So you could at least like be okay when you spawn. So my question is, why do you need a PvP mode to begin with? Because people like it. People like it, and it's an option to encourage more online play. Because there's also some people who have more of a competitive spirit potentially than you and I. So if the multiplayer is good, they'll keep playing it. And people played a lot of the PvP before the game's population died. You know, it's why games like Eternal Crusade exist, which I give that game a little mention. You know, if people enjoy Gears of War PvP, people will enjoy PvP in this. Yeah. I always find it weird. Why? I don't know why people compare Gears of War PvP or Gears of War. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just fucking. I'm sorry. I got so in tune to what talking on my own ass. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's fucking yapping. I apologize. You just wait. They're like, is he gonna stop talking? I'm sorry, fellas. Yeah. Person not redemptor patterns. 25 for Primaris. I think so. The just jetting stream. Yeah. Thought Leagues of Votan having literal bolt shotguns. Badass. How the heck do you create that Space Marine? That's so fire. Like my guy, like the armor and stuff. It's just the normal customization options in it. But yeah, but one of my questions, chat, is like, I don't understand why people compare Gears of War to Space Marine. I think the only semblance they have is that they're both third person. Like they play entirely different. It's like they're both third person shooters, but I wouldn't equate them to playing the same.
We will coordinate with the Cadian commander.
Because that comparison was always really weird to me. Because I feel people like to make a comparison of things that just seem slightly similar. Because it's the only thing that they know that they can compare it to, but it's not the best comparison. I'm pretty sure there'd be another third-person game that would be better. Like, better to compare it for. Third-person shooter with smaller people versus tons of hordes. There's definitely similarities. Like Gears, cover shooter, Space Marine 2. Yeah, that's the huge difference that I'm saying. Franchise to compare it to by far. Is it though? Like in terms of just raw gameplay, you know, like, is it? I remember Gears of War having like an entire melee system. I mean, sure, you can run up and like chainsaw a guy, but that's more of like a get up to you when the activation starts. Alright, just soloing on this fucking asshole. But for the point of like closest, because there's not much out there that could compare, I probably would be okay with compromising on that. I'm going like, okay, sure, like absolutely. Like if the closest we got, then I would understand. Like if there's nothing else that can touch it. Sorry, I overheated. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn off my gun. I was saying Gears of War, you use a lot of cover to avoid getting shot, but in this you are the cover. I mean, the main difference I would point out is that in Gears of War, you know, moving forward, you're just big, heavy guy moving forward with gun. Oh, no enemy. Bam, in Gears of War, I go into cover. In this, I'm going forward towards it. That, and you're more encouraged to be in melee in Space Marine, so there's like more in that option of what that is. In Gears of War 2, you don't really get melee. Unless there's a version of Gears of War that I've completely forgotten where you do fight melee. And you have entire melee options, like you get a sword and you're swinging it around. And that's like your dedicated thing. With a two-handed sword. I did not know. I apologize, did not know. Is that like a sign thing, or like a special weapon, or is that like a dedicated? It's super. Okay, it's super rare. It's not a poor thing. It's just a neat side. Gotcha. Okay, it's just a side thing is what you're saying. This just his dialogue so much. He's our precious boy. He's our precious boy. Great scissors to it, long range, close range melee. Sorry, I'm a fan of it. Oh no, that's fine. The main thing I was pointing out, at least for the comparisons, like I'm not saying either game is bad. Like, don't worry. Like, I'm not attacking anyone's favorite product. You know, like it's just one thing I was pointing out, going like, why are we comparing something when fundamentally core-wise, leg, boy, is like core-wise, it's different, right?
Cold evasion.
But there's nuances to it, and there's so many like different variables to it where comparing it isn't quite right. Oh, look at you! Oh, look at that! Is there internet going out? There's Call of Duty next out as well. Yeah, it's like comparing Halo to Call of Duty. Sure, they're both FPSs, but they play far differently. You know. I have rock. Space Marine versus rock. Space Marine wins. Rock will not stop me. Good grenade. He's like, you know how, I guess in the way that I kind of get with comparisons, you know, you guys know I play Pathfinder 2nd Edition a lot, right? Like we do it a lot for the shows, or for the tabletop shows. Oh my goodness. It's like when someone comes up to me and says that Pathfinder is basically just D&D. And I sit there going like, there's a lot of shit different. Like, sure, there's some fundamentals which are the same, like you roll d20s, do a thing, and do a stuff, but I can also say for everything with the Call of Duty, because you're a guy, you go forward with a gun and you shoot things, right? You know, it's called a shooter at that point.
Iron Halo protocol in progress.
Gotcha. Get by the nose. No one else into that. It's like, if you get the narrative declaration on YouTube, you'll find my entire job. I don't know if you're doing like a bit of like, no, I never would know. But, oh yeah, that's what I do. Also, it's right here. My bad. Dude, I'm fighting Tyranids. You know, you're playing Pathfinder 2E. When you rock down. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I get people in here who just only go like, I know you from Network Takes the Space Device. You do the funny David voice man. You do the funny David voice. David Space Wolf. And then I go like, oh, I actually do tabletop stuff. They're like, and then they find it, and I hope they have a good time. I'm sorry that I made you sound like that, chat. That's you in my head.
Equipment available.
Where's our... Oh, we forgot. Like parents calling for game system and Nintendo. Yeah. It's really questioning like what is the most similar thing, but I definitely agree. Like I definitely agree with the consensus that the closest thing we got is Gears of War, so that's what I concede on. But I definitely wouldn't be like put them up against each other in terms of like which one is better. You know, I'd be like they're both very different games. I hate unblockables. They don't add anything to the game.
Injecting stick.
Very good. I love Heavy Bolter. Heavy Bolter makes me happy. Pokemon Pikachu, except Pikachu. Exactly.
appear to be reining in your advance.
Pikachu.
I do not wish to range too far ahead of you.
Your pace is adequate.
Then I will trust you to
What else was there? Sorry. I'm trying to think of like going until the beats of the script so far and just seeing if chat hates me or not. So far, you've all been on my side, which is good. That means the time I've been sitting there and double checking things have been working out.
Captain Akaran, we are closing in
There's
on
Captain
the
Space Marines?
now.
I don't really have one. It switches all the time. I guess the closest right now is Space Wolves because I like the Viking aesthetics. So far, the favorite faction is Votan because I just recently started looking through all their lore and I'm just like, oh, I like these guys a lot better.
Ammunition spent.
We gotta get in the hole. We love hole. I love hole. Big nuclear bomb should be available for civilian purchase and home defense. What you think? Yeah, we need to legalize nuclear bombs. That's the only true way to fix it. If everyone's got a nuclear bomb, no one's fighting. We have to learn by our government by using a deterrent system. Whenever someone comes up, it's like, I'm gonna get your lunch money, nerd. You just show them your thermonuclear warhead in your pants. And then they get scared. Go, whoa, man! I didn't know we were serious. And you're like, try me.
War gear acquired. Quieter here than I expected.
And then you turn your DEFCON little slider to DEFCON 2, and they're like, whoa, bro!
Terminate hibernation.
Head for the consoles.
Where is he? Am I blind? No, it's capture this way. Yeah, so chat, I'll just generally ask you, do you like the first Space Marine games multiplayer, or do you prefer the second games? And if so, why?
Elite level Xenos.
Ministerial authority accepted.
They're tortures. They're waiting for the other half of the army to be released, pretty much. Okay, I have done it, brothers.
We cannot leave this place without a weapon.
Xenos countermeasures.
Bitch. I win. I think I must have did the co-op missions in different classes. PvP is what I'm focusing on. PvP, not PvE. PvP is what I'm focusing on.
Awakening has begun.
We've all agreed that PvE is better in the second game. There's just more. There's more of everything we want.
Communication with console.
But for PvP,
Biological impurity detected.
just kind of even the first one was more fun. Yeah. Like that's what I'm focusing on, because if you look at your options of what you have to play, you did a lot more in the first game. Gameplay wise, people might prefer the second game. One, because it's probably new, it kind of hits with some more modern tendencies that people would like.
Xenos infestation reduced.
Biological matter no longer detected. System accessible.
Second one, I've gotten slaughtered so much. Go right back. I pressed space to dodge that. Not right. If you're in the second first, like you're stressed about it. Yeah, man. At that point, no worries. Add the development so intense. Yeah.
Connection to core control.
Thanks, Steven, for the 100 bits. Do you think an Imperial Guard army based in sword logic from Destiny would work on a lower level? I don't know anything about Destiny, so I don't know. I was trying to like shut your question down. I just wouldn't know what to answer you with. I don't know shit about Destiny.
Captain Akaran, we are entering the fortress now.
I think I tried to play it once, I didn't like it, and I never touched it again.
Head up to the cannons and remind the Xenos of whom they dare to attack.
Everything, all this mud and stuff, it's like Tyranid group. Oh, we got a big boy coming.
Specialized bioform neutralized.
I'm coming.
Throwing fragmentation grenade.
They're fine. Yeah, but so far, and the couple times I've asked, generally everyone's been like, I prefer the gameplay of the second, but I enjoyed the options I had in the first game. And so, consensus-wise, like, for me, I enjoyed playing the first one more, but at the same time, I like the feeling in the gameplay of the second one. It just needs more fine-tuning. Because currently, right now, it's a bit like, it's a bit too Call of Duty-ish of, haha, I fucking got you because I ambushed you feeling, and I don't like that. Like, you die way too often. And of course, someone would then, you know, put their hands on their hips and go, well, Doran, I'm not a loser, and I don't die in multiplayer because I'm really good at the game. And I'm like, I'm glad you're the 1%. I suck. So, I don't have that extra privilege. You know? Oh, sorry. I would love to help with him, but also the other one's down below. Okay. Ow. Oh, half health gun? Oh, that's sexy. Any ammo boxes? Nothing. All right, they've loaded up. The balls are together. I dodged that. I pressed the space bar and did not do the space bar things. Finally, the execute is mine.
So it's through.
Yeah. Shiver J, who did the model, asked them to put that in. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the reload down when I pressed R. We couldn't get that in time, but for the shooting, it's pretty fun. Bloop. Okay, what else for this grab? It was that. Okay. Here's actually in question, because something I was debating on even putting in. Chad, do you think the first game had better customization compared to the second game? Because a lot of people keep saying, because for me, I think the first game had better customization. I think it had a lot more options. One, because you can customize your Chaos guys. But separating that and focusing on the Space Marine, I think the first game had way better customization. You just had more to it. And I feel that the second game just doesn't have enough. I think you can colorize yourself a bit, and you only got like a couple armor pieces. I disagree. Oh, hold up.
Tyranid threat.
Hold up. For some reason, I've made multiple desktops. Is the principle? Explain why. Some Prime's gonna have a Space Marines animation. Yeah, they have the secret little stuff going on.
Annex location.
I think it'll be pretty cool. I already have one of these.
This has touched death and earned.
Was it Petty Space Marine 2? Not really, but it had so much more options to make your Marine look unique. Did it? Because I remember Space Marine 1 having a lot of different options and different helmets and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Ammunition restocked.
Compared to this game. But of course, the difference would be that you're dealing with Firstborn stuff.
Leaving wounds.
That you're dealing with Firstborn Marines, and this one's in Primaris Marines, which are kind of different in terms of customization. So there's different levels to it, which I feel that the first game would have an advantage on. But I think objectively, in terms of you can make so much different customizations, I think the first one would have more, but I'm interested in any counterpoints, because it could be wrong. I missed some of those patterns on Space Marine 1, and my chapter spells came in it, but Space Marine 2 I feel is deeper in terms of detail and variety of models. Space Marine never really had wide-ranging model options for each part. Are you sure? Because I'll boot it up after this one, and we'll double check. Because I remember Space Marine 1 having a lot of options, especially like in different terms of helmets and stuff. Because in Space Marine 2, you're kind of, it's not as much. Artifacts come out? Only one way to find out. Yeah, the first had more armor and chapters. Yeah, and it also had a better color palette, like a lot more in terms of colors. Space Marine 1 never had, say, hoods as an option, but we still have a hood for one class. Yeah, like I could definitely agree on that, but one hood compared to a lot more helmet options, I would still say objectively the first one would have more options. I did like how they neglected the Crimson Fist chapter option in this one. I think they have them in here, don't they? I think that's one of the color palettes you can unlock. Hello, Mr. Twitcher. Hello, Mr. Model Maker and game developer with the game soon to come out. More customization also in Space Marine 2. Yeah, I feel in terms of like variety, in terms of shifting armor pieces around, there's less in 2. Like, and they just recently added a pack for this, you know, for Dark Angels to come through to really make that specific look. I do agree you couldn't really make this in Space Marine 1. But what I feel is that things look more detailed in 2 because it looks like there's a bunch more stuff, but in terms of changing things, there's not as much. But we can definitely boot up the first game and take a look. Also made at the time on marks. We will not be intimidated. Or something like helmet. Yeah. Figure to mark X, but I think there are plans to change that. Yeah, there's the point I'm mostly making is that the first game, like, if they keep adding to Space Marine 2, then the point disappears of me saying, oh my god, you exploded. Well, what did that? Hold on, cosmetic is just basically a sticker. Yeah. Like, sometimes you just get like a fucking stamp and you're just like, oh, alright. Like, whatever. Having defeated a Space Marine from the secret level. Yeah. I also have to worry about my own point, because if I subject the opinion of Space Marine 1 had more cosmetics, I then have to ask myself, does it have more cosmetic because it had a longer lifespan in which to have DLC for different customizations? Because I think there's a lot of DLC packs that were like, be this faction, you know? And it would have like the colors and different armor bits for it for the first one, right? So I have to kind of think to myself, is that the case? Because then I would have to ask, base game-wise, who has more customization? In which I would still objectively say Space Marine 1, because Chaos Marines could actually be something different, and you can customize your Chaos Marines. Like, objectively, the first game wins just because of that. But if I were to once more remove that, that's what the mentality would be. Like, I would judge it based on Space Marine levels. As more, gives that chance. Can't read and do it at the same time. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, but no, I appreciate you, by the way, fellow chat member, for bringing up a counter thing. As much as now is the question of let's double check. Thanks for, you know, bringing up a counter argument. I appreciate it. It was definitely one of the things where it's like, let me get it questioned so I can triple check.
Xenos countermeasures successful.
The Titan launches its missile. Avoid the Tyranid propulsion.
I'm on my way, brothers.
Last cannons ready. Establish target with a side arc. Initiate offensive protocol.
Press the button. There it goes. Once I level up legions, I want to play my chapter since I think the first two are joining customization of the generic broader things. Yeah, I feel that at least on colors, the Space Marine 2 does not. Like, I wanted brown. I had to go with brass. They didn't have the color scheme I had in the first game. Like, I had to go jury rig this. You know, I didn't want shiny armor. I wanted matte, like a matte finish. And I know in the first game I have a lot more options.
We can fire the defensive cannons.
But after this, we'll boot it up real quick and be like, okay, like does this have like a good option for it?
Cannons ready.
Cute. Does High Fleet kill you for the NIS? I don't know much about the Tyranids. I don't know like different Hive fleets and if they have anything like super different with them. So I can't actually, can you just? Oh man, oh that's even down there. That sucks. Man, you can actually just hide down there. Whoopsies. Okay, all those tanks. I'm being so useless right now. Gotta improve. We're gaming. You can't let the viewers just carry for you, Zora. You gotta play the game. I'm coming. I'm doing it. There's minor variation, the same general thing. You couldn't take your helmet off, for example, with your death touch parts on it. So I don't agree with that point because you're going with specific examples of like, because I guess the question then is like, do I have more options in terms of like, here's how many things I have. I feel they still had a ton of variants of like, here's different styles of helmets and stuff.
Successful. Cannon targeting link.
But I think you're thinking more of like, well, I can theme my character in so many different ways. I think that's where your point's getting at. Which at that point I would agree. Like in terms of like, oh, can I be like, you know, a Deathlock or a hooded Dark Angel or a Space Wolf with fur on me? You know, like even Space Marine 2 doesn't have all that yet. In terms of like Space Wolf or any other. That I get you. But I think in terms of just like how many things can you select from to make your guy yours and add little bits and bobs, like I still think it's Space Marine 1 in terms of just like how much you got available to mess with. Because in Space Marine 2, all your armor stuff is basically going to be the same as with some little bit of other options. Also, great job, guys. Thanks for carrying on. Also, where you draw the line of options versus variations, and that's always going to be a personal thing. Yeah, I guess it comes down to like how many things do I have to combine to make my thing? You know. And then it's like, are all the things like, here's a Aquila on your knee, you know, which this game's a bit egregious for. And then there's big sweeping options of, you know, like the fur on your shoulders or like a fur back and the hoods and etc. Doesn't mention anything about the Dreadnought mode for Space Marine 2. I heard nothing. I don't think they're gonna have that. It'd be cool. I would like a multiple super big multiplayer mode. Yeah, Aquilas and tons of knee skulls. Yeah. Excellent job, team. I was rusty. It's okay. I'm just hot garbage at the game, so you guys did way better than me. No problem. Okay, let's go ahead and leave that. Let's go look at the customization real quick. I want to figure this out, because if I have to write in the script, I'm going to see what I'm talking about. All right, so let's say, for example, I want to customize, let's say, a normal tactical guy, right? You know, I got this for armor. Like, from what I understand, this is all I have in terms of messing with stuff, right? If I edit the armor set, this is it. You know, in terms of like big sweeping stuff. I can't take any of these individual bits and fuck with them, which I don't think Space Marine 1 you can really do much with either. In an arm, this is it. I know one thing that bugged the hell out of me. Like, I wanted like a gilded arm that has like the trim gold, and I can't, like this. But I didn't want the skull, right? So I can't really mess with that, right? So if I want to have like the gilded look that I kind of have, like with the bear, then I go to the other arm, and then this one's locked. Fucking annoying. Like, it makes no sense. I don't like it. That's an robot arm, chain, and normal. I don't get a lot variance in this. Like, this is where I point to of like, I can't change this, right? Like, this is not something I can change unless I start doing stuff like this, which is basically the same thing. That's the point I'm getting at. Like, I don't have a lot of changing stuff around, you know, or making something unified to make them just like normal, because I can't get this. You know, it's a bit annoying. So if I go to Space Marine 1, I don't know. I doubt Steam's going to let me launch 2 games, because Steam's really particular about that for some reason. Is it doing the stupid thing? Yeah, it is. Let's see if we can launch it. Do an individual change would be something you could pick and choose, but how much work and get why it didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, it all turns into a question, especially with something where you try to be really particular, you know, with your stuff. All right, I'm launching the game. Let me go online, customizer. Okay, so if I go over to UBS and bring in the other game. Okay, here's the other game. We're going to now use for exhibit. So here's the customizer. I was able to make my guy nearly how I wanted him, right? Now, in terms of like just customization of what things kind of look like, and go to this. Although I think it's just appearance stuff. Let's say for like bog standard, ultramarine, armor, go to helmet. I got different helmet options for that. For Space Marine 2, let's see for helmets. So I go here, go to this guy. Kind of just adornments. I do agree it's really nice to just not have a helmet on, but I can't customize how that guy looks. That's a bit of a downer. But it's all generally just the same helmets with just different adornments on it. Like this one I can definitely say is different. There's different type of adornments on it, right? It's all the same. But of course, that's arguing with Primaris armor with Firstborn armor. That's like the huge distinction of it. So this one done does have very distinct art style though, namely because of the lining engine to use the standard pure lining. I mean, that doesn't much matter because the art style is 40k Grimdark stuff and it's Firstborn customization versus Primaris customization. So we have that to that in terms of armor. So in terms of something that looks very different, you know, you have different variations of helmets and stuff. For like shoulder pads, You know, kind of, I would argue pretty much the same for the first and second game. You have some which are wildly different. You can't do a bunch of big adorned things, but there's different types of styles to it, which I kind of like. Like, I like the Maximus armor there a little bit. You know, there's different stuff to that. Whereas for second game, let's see. Does increase BS is unnecessary. Using IRLs stupid, yeah. Probably I shouldn't just been new war gear. Don't want to be an issue. Yeah. Alright, so find my OBS. There it is. Alright, try to pan it in the right way. Yeah, so we do that, and then we go over to shoulder options. We'll do left one again. You know, same thing, I would say. I think these are prettier. I think they're a lot prettier. Same deal, just, you know, all different. Shoulders are shoulders. They're all the kind of same. But the one thing I kind of like is, say, for example, if I want to be like, oh, cool, in terms of colors, well, full armor paint, for the primary color, oh my God, you got a lot of fucking colors, man. You know, you definitely got a lot of colors for it. As for color schemes for this, you pretty much are just like, here's the chapters and mix and match what you can do. I would probably have to get into the weeds of everything, of going like, how many colors do you have? But the one thing I did feel restricted on is like, I kind of wish this would categorize itself in terms of like, these are the blues, these are the greens, these are the, you know, stuff like that. Like, I kind of wish they turn that different a little bit. But yeah, sorry, I didn't even show the Space Marine 1 stuff. So basically, here's all the colors for it. And then in Space Marine 1, you basically have, like, here's all the different blues that you want. Here's all the different purples. In pink, like if you really wanted to be pink. Different warm shades. I appreciated this because I like the orc leather a lot. Pretty much just the color scheme they had for the games. Here's your shadow grays. Here's your metallics. If you want something a little bit more shiny. You know, here's your blood. Here's your red colors. You know, be kind of like this weird looking thing. Like I feel you had more options of looking a particular color, right? Like, you can still customize things. Like, you can still kind of get it close, and I got mine as close as I could, right? But that I would say, in terms of colorization, like if I wanted to be pink, this is as close as I can kind of get it. Oh, sorry. I turned this off. This is as close as I can kind of get it. And I'm shiny. What if I wanted to be a matte color? If I wanted to be brown, I got like this copper, which is very shiny. There's not much in terms of matte, but that's like, you know, the shading and stuff they're going with for Primaris armor. You know, this looks more matte compared to like this. As you can kind of see, like this white here. It's not as shiny. This is shiny. So I would say the first game in terms of colors just wipes the second one off the floor. Like you have more variance to color yourself how you wish to. Oh, Crayon's Aiding chapter thing in Space Marine 1. Yes, I think you can. Yeah, you can. You can colorize each thing in Space Marine 1. Sorry. Yeah, in Space Marine 1, you can colorize each thing. So this, you can be like, this primary color is this. Even do it half. That's also a cool thing, do it half. But I think you can also change the patterns in Space Marine 2, so that's kind of a moot point. And at this one, I can be like, oh, this one's going to be yellow. And I can continue on that way. How do I do my talking avatar? There's a 3D program called VC Face. And I commissioned an artist to basically make and pretty much rig everything up. And I use an iPhone along with a program called Leap Motion to check my hands. Right now, my things are kind of stuck into a gun. So whenever I press a certain button, it goes, you know, it fires. And that's how that works. So it tracks my face and other cool stuff. I was running good food. Good thing about stuff upside and downside of Space Marine 2 keeps getting supported. Yeah, I mean, thank you so much though for bringing up the point and counterpoint. As much as I still respectfully disagree with you, I understand where you were coming from. I understand where you were coming from because you feel like you can be the fantasy of what you prefer more. And that I agree on. Because say, for example, if I want to make this like a Dark Angel, if we go to green, like literally Dark Angel's green. And then I'm like, oh, cool. I really want the hood. I ain't got shit for that. There's no hood. You can't be a knight. You know, you get the same armor pieces as every other Space Marine. You get nothing that's Dark Angel specific. You know, the backpack's going to be the same as everybody. Like you're going to basically get all the same shit. So in terms of looking unique of that faction, of really representing the stronger style points of that faction, I 100% agree Space Marine 2 has that down. Like Space Marine 2 really hits that on. In terms of like customizing your guy to be more broader, in a broader spec, to basically be more of what you want it to be. In terms of customization, unless you get like the Space Wolf stuff, like there's chapter armor sets too, which I think, do they have a, oh no, they don't even have a Dark Angel set. But yeah, they also sell the sets here because you also get to be Black Templars and shit. So you do get that customization. Look at the salamanders. Yeah, of course the, you know, the uh-ohs. The Blood Ravens. I'm like, beyond the Blood Ravens. Because the Space Marines have more enemy types. Yeah, they kind of get you stuck in there, don't they? They don't vary it up a little bit, do they? There is one game that keeps getting updates. I kind of wish they would just add a Space Marine to it. There's Warhammer 40,000 Inquisitor. And that you fight different factions stuff. It plays like a, what you call it? It plays like a ARPG. And I think I started liking it a lot more once you can get a controller with it, and it starts playing like a twin stick shooter a little bit. I remember the first time I played that game, and I remember doing a review of it, which everyone's like, Zoran, you're being really mean. I'm like, no, I got a point here. And everyone thought I was being cruel to that game because I was like, ARPGs are just crappy twin stick shooters. And I will die on that hill. Like, I think Diablo and Path of Exile play better with a controller. And that's a weird take. Not a lot of people like that. And I scream it from on top of the hill. And I'm just like, it plays better with a controller. You know, keep some of your abilities to the face buttons and you just move around. Because all you're doing is just moving around. You're clicking everywhere, anywhere, right? And all you're doing is a bunch of abilities that just explode in AoE around you. Why not just do it with a controller? You have a joystick, you move around that way. If you do have to point and kill something, you don't have to click it. You generally just look at its direction because it has projectiles to deal with anyway. You know, it's just better on a controller. And I remember seeing so many threads. Sorry, I'm just ranting at this point. I remember seeing so many threads. Also, if somebody else wants to come in for another PVE match. You know, I'm just disagree with you there. I would love to hear the counterpoint because every single time I remember looking for this for Path of Exile, where I was like, hey, I would like to play this with a controller, and every single thread that would come up with any feedback of that would be, fuck you, how dare you want to play this with a controller? That's not how the game's supposed to be played. It must always be with mouse and keyboard. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. You know, that's usually what it would be. But every single time I would play any ARPG with a controller, it just felt better. It felt better. I didn't have to spam click everywhere, and I didn't really see much of an advantage of playing with the mouse and keyboard. You know, should be playable with VR. I mean, hey, if people want to, I'm fine with people having an option. I'm soon to, at some point, I'm going to take my brother, because there's a VR version of Space Marine 2 out there that, like, some companies do. I'm going to try to take him out and go play that. All right. Do I want this? Am I tactical? Should be tactical. Okay, good. Yeah, and just to kind of point, I'm saying that ARPGs like Diablo and stuff are good for controller. For like third-person shooters like this, mouse and keyboard or controller, it doesn't matter. I think you have more of advantage with mouse and keyboard because of aiming, but kind of its own deal. Most third-person games should be controller. First person can be keyboard and mouse. Yeah, at that point it turns into preference. I like when people have options for that type of stuff, but I think ARPGs are just like the way that their control schemes are and stuff like that. Like I haven't been able to see much of a counter argument on like why it should never touch a controller. I just think gameplay wise it just plays better with a controller. But of course, at that point, I think that's subjective in my opinion. Of me bringing that up or saying, hey, oh, you're Ursa Major color, that's cute. That should be an Ursa Major. That's super cute. Great. VR 40K here in LA. Yeah. There's some all around the US of like VR sensors and stuff. But yeah, most of the arguments I would hear of, hey, like, you should never play an ARPG like Diablo or Path of Exile with a controller because it's meant to play with mouse and keyboard has never been a solid argument to me. Because whenever people finally got to play it with a controller, all of those complaints disappeared. All those people magically stopped talking. And then a lot of people were like, oh my god, this plays great. You know?
The Cadian commander can brief you on the fortress's current status.
Weren't you guys like different colors on the ship? What happened? What happened here? How did that change? Wait a fucking minute. Wait a goddamn second. Thought something adjusted here. That's alright, it's all different colors and something. I just want to stare at him, man. I just want to look at him. You know what game I really want, chat? I want to be a guardsman so damn bad. You know, being a space marine is cool and all, but I just want to be that guy, you know? Just looking down that, shooting all that. Alright, sorry, I'm done.
We must continue towards the fortress, brothers.
Well, on the personal preference, I currently try Grand Dawn, controlling, I hated it. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. I guess to kind of reiterate what I'm meaning, is I think for the core thought, right? The core thought, I think ARPGs should play more like twin stick shooters because I think theoretically they do. They just haven't fully committed to it yet for some reason. Just think about it. You're moving a character, which you mostly do it by clicking a shit ton, which for me that hurts a lot, but you know, each their own in terms of that control scheme.
Rearming.
Also, got the turn on my avatar. Sorry. No shoots. Good.
All specs engaged. Xenos approaching.
Who's gonna get his Fire Warrior? Play small talent, sure. Oh yeah, we did play Fire Warrior on stream, and we tried to melee the Chaos Dreadnought to death. I just messed that up. See with the controller once, but the UI looked strange and I couldn't see the in-game clock. I like seeing the clock in game, so I know when to stop playing. It's like, I think that's a UI issue. That's less of a it's less of a gameplay issue. That's just they just did the UI bad. You know. Also, thank you, Tyranid. Here's his scribble. Brother, get the subs, brother. Thanks so much, man. Hope you're doing okay. I love playing tactical. Excellent testicles, battle brother. They tangle and flack mightily, battle brother. They have a good half, battle brother. But yeah, I think the core of my argument there is, like for ARPGs, they should just play more like twin stick shooters, because basically concept-wise they do. It's just you're just doing it in a weird way of clicking everywhere when you could have just had a joystick or just use WSD to move around, and then you just click where you want to shoot. And which I think Path of Exile 2 has enabled that, where you move around with WSD and then you just click where you want to shoot. And which in that plays a lot better in my opinion. It's like, I just don't understand why.
So long as you are bearing your teeth toward
I just don't understand why people are so adverse to that sometimes. So where it's like, why are ARPG players very adverse to moving with WSD or a joystick and shooting and aiming and shooting with like the other joystick or with the left or with the mouse button, where like it tracks where you're going, like a twin stick shooter, you know, like I've always been curious as to why it does that, or why people are very averse to it.
activating all specs advantage. Clear a blast radius. Fresh magazine in.
You guys have two testicles. Not the testicles. They retain their testicles to prove how mighty each battle brother is. And only the chapter master may have the largest testicles.
Swapping magazine.
As a raised knee-jerk reaction to anything close to console blank. Yeah, that's generally how it goes. There are people who go like, controller, I don't want my game console-fied and simplified. I want a fucking college course to play my game. You know, I know there's some people who get a sense of pride of like knowing that they can play a complicated game.
No telling what surprises await. Ammunition cache here.
Tessie, you have more gene seeds. Exactly. Reproduce many gene seeds, battle brother. Oh, now you are, Colin. What the fuck is it? Am I blind? Whatever. Oh, sorry. My bad.
I crave a bloodbath or a blood shower. The path is clear.
I'm trying to think of what else after the script. It's pretty much the entire point of this stream was to be like, hey chat, here's the ideas I'm having for the script. Do these sound dumb? And so far, people generally agree with me, except for a couple of points, which allows me to kind of sit down and be like, okay, how should I word this in the script? And for context, if people don't again not know what I'm talking about, I've been trying to make a video called Space Marine 2 better than Space Marine 1, basically. Does this game do better in certain aspects? And obviously visual quality, because I have to put that to the side, because, you know, one, an old ass game is not going to win in that regard, you know? And so generally I was like, okay, is there anything I'm missing here? Oof. I think I blocked it. Yeah, like, it's not the biggest fan.
Changing magazine. The hive mind grows sour fit. Poison twists in my
The Dragon
innards.
VTubers. I mean, that's just a social thing. It's not a gameplay thing I'm focusing on. VTubers basically play anything because it's new content, it becomes trendy, and they get to the next thing. That's what every content creator does. It's what I do. You know, I go in, play a new game. Everyone's like, ooh, what's the new game look like? My streamer's playing a new game. What the fuck? Alright. The Warhammer. I mean, the first game did that too. I mean, that's not a point to bring up. I feel like it's what the game's designed to do. Is to be like, here is my brand. Play brand. You know, like That's there's not something I would bring in. Because that's what the point of any branded game wants to do, is saying, hey, fighting these things up by myself.
Ships are moving into
But
range
no,
of the Aquila towers. We are in the darkness final hours.
wait for this other one.
Scanning. Nutter bomb ready.
Fuck it.
Fresh magazine.
There we go. I've used the method bomb, battle brothers. Those will get a huge leap with PC people. Use touchpads, playing mobile shooters with this clip on bumpers and touchscreen. This is precisely how. I mean, there is the Steam controller. Also, it was confirmed that Valve's working on another Steam controller, which I'm very excited about. I like my Steam controller. Like, I still use a regular controller for everything. I just prefer joysticks. But there was so often I would use that Steam controller. Like, I really want them to do another one.
All specs deep scan ready.
Like Brink. Isn't Brink shut down? Or am I thinking of something else?
The stench here is strong. But my
No, I can't think of
wrath is
anything else to
stronger.
add to the script. Sorry, fella. Just in my chair. Is it still online? Oh. I'll never play it. I don't think there's any reason for me to play it. And I don't think there's anything else I need to add to the script that I'm thinking of.
Equipment found.
And no, we got that. So pretty much what I touched on was the story better, first or second? I said the first one was better. Gameplay wise, what was better? I think Space Marine 1 did things better. Or the first one did things better, but overall, I'll go grab that. But overall, I think Space Marine 2 improved upon the first game to add more skillful gameplay to it. I just feel that how things are designed overall is better. Is better in Space Marine 2. It's just the power fantasy was a lot better in the first game. And in terms of PvP, your options are better in Space Marine 1, and it turns subjective at that point. Yeah, so we got that. So the story better in Space Marine 1. Just executed better. This is gonna suck. Damn it. He dodged my bang! My bang! Got him! Oh, that crack grenade did a lot. I have him, battle brother! To me! I love my Steam Deck. Steam Deck's so good. Chad, if you've ever wanted a Christmas thing to ask for and you don't have a Steam Deck yet, God, I love Steam Deck. I mean, RG Ally is also okay. I much prefer the Steam Deck because it just works. I mean, if you really want to play like higher graphical games really badly on the go, like when you're just not at home and not being able to stream it, then oh, it's so good. I love my Steam Deck, man. Like, even though I have like this computer with an ultra-wide monitor and all this other stuff, I still find myself just relaxing in my recliner playing on my Steam Deck. It's so good. It's so good, chat. Then if you got like one of those VR headsets, like I have like these AR glasses that I use for like when I have to go on plane trips, where I just put on the glasses and put on like the blackout mode, so I don't see through the AR glasses, and hook it up to my Steam Deck, and I just have like a nice old screen in front of me, and then I just lean back in the plane and just play my games. You know, I got my earbuds in and I'm all just isolated, just gonna enjoy my good time. It's really good. Like if you wanted, like if you ever travel, I highly recommend that setup. People playing it on the box.
Biological matter detected. System accessible. Resume communion with the consoles, ministers.
Oh.
Vessel detected. Sharing the divine blessings of the machine god.
You trying to think of what else I have to the script. What was that? Okay, actually, here's one thing that I could really use your help with, Chad. Through the campaign, right? Through the Space Marine campaign, before the Thunderhawk crashes, is there any sign of chaos? Like any sign? I don't know why I rolled this. Yeah, because I can't find any. And I remember one person just like blatantly coming out going like, there's obviously tons of sign that chaos is involved. And it's like, no, there isn't. There's not a single thing. But of course I wanted to be proven wrong because so far that's the opinion that through the campaign, before that Thunderhawk arrives, you have no idea chaos is in the field. Like it's all Tyranids. Like there's not a single sign or hint. Yeah, also the first game out, very cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, we used it a lot in September. I'm holding down the counter button. Like it doesn't work. That's one thing I added into the script is that this fucking counter system does not work. It is not as consistent as it should be. Like that time it worked. Other than being dicks out of that one lab. There's just like a mechanical being all over. Yeah, like there's really not much like there's no sign. There's no like interesting beginning. And it's the one thing I kind of use as a comparison of the first and the second game, the introduction of chaos, is that the first game was like when you first kind of land into a certain area, I think it's after you deal with the orc ship. You land and then there's a servo skull that pops up. And for you have no clue what's going on initially until you kind of put everything together. Because the servo skull that shows up in the first game shows Inquisitor Drogon, right? And that Inquisitor, thanks for the flag there. That's the only other way to freaking heal him. Excellent. So for Inquisitor Drogon, the first time you see him in that message of the servo skull is the only time you see him technically alive. He dies after that message, and the servo skull was able to get out with that message. And so as you continue with the game, you finally see Inquisitor Drogon, and Inquisitor Drogon is like, hey, like he looks all mad, he's smashing up a console, he's really just pissed off and frustrated because he is possessed by the demon, like the Chaos Lord, basically by the demon Chaos, the Chaos Sorcerer guy, the one in the Terminator armor. He's currently possessed. And you don't know that. You go in thinking, oh, this guy's called for help. I found the Inquisitor guy. He's looking for a thing. He's Inquisition. I just got to believe him, you know, because you can't really question an Inquisitor all that much. Bada boom, bada bing. He's got you hook, line, and sinker, right? He's got a lot of stuff to kind of be like, hey, I need your help. And this is why. And he shows all of his credentials and stuff. But the hints that are given that something is wrong is, for one, he's still alive. For one, like he's still alive. You don't find him dead. You find him perfectly capable with not much of signs of combat in the room that you find him in. Like, because he sent a message in the way that the message is kind of like presented to you, storyline, that he believes he is going to die. Like, in the message of his tone and everything, like that, these are the words of a dying man, knowing he's doing whatever he can, you know, to preserve what he's got going on. And so you see him not much worried. And then when you see his facial expressions in the first game, you're like, oh gosh, like he's like, oh shit, Space Marines are here. Because he didn't know you were coming. He just, the only thing he knew is that orcs were around, you know, and things were happening. Seeing you as the Space Marine player, he like, oh shit. Like, I didn't know you were here. Oh, that changes everything. You know, and knowing that Space Marines are here, he now has help to accomplish his mission. And so he does everything he can to be like, hey, Space Marines, you should, you know, come over here and help me. And so you do so. And of course, you also get signs of like hints of what has gone down, to where he has a huge mortal wound down his chest and down his gut. And there's like, hey, you're like really injured. Oh, thank you for pointing out that now. He's like, you're really injured. Like, we need to go help you? And he's like, oh, my psychic abilities are taking care of me, which indicates that he's a psyker. But of course, you don't question that, because Inquisition allows psychers and stuff like that, and certain agents who are psychers to act. So the suspicion isn't like super red flag either. And so there's all of these hints that the game gives you, saying this guy is chaos. You know, if you really paid attention. If you really looked at the underline, but it's so good, because if you don't notice it. You don't notice it until the betrayal, because once you finally get betrayed, and if you play it a second time, you look at all the hints and you go, holy shit, this game had to be hook, line, and sinker, which makes the betrayal that much better. But then in the second game, Chaos shows up and they're like, they just crash a ship. They desecrate the crash site and they put their fucking name on it. And they're like, yeah, that's right. We did this. And you're sitting here like, what? Like, you were completely invisible up until now. Why reveal your hand? You could have planted some Tyranid bodies on this ship. Like, at that point, people would have been suspicious of, like, how did these Tyranids do this? Right? Like, how they shouldn't have been able to accomplish this, and then the suspicion would have started. But they just put the flag down and go, ha ha. And so their introduction becomes really dumb. And it's like, oh god. Like, what the fuck? So that's the weird special thing. Can you melee this guy?
The cannons will end this rampage.
I tried. I'm pretty sure if I positioned better, I might have. Tactical graded fight. Yeah, it's really odd of what they did, God, I wish I could make it. You know, I need to put him in, you know, in melee, so he has to fall back. And I done to get the Ultramarines leader to come. Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? I don't understand the verse, but it's fine. We'll be okay. But that's the big thing. I have to question myself, why did they do that? Why did Zinch bring down the Thunderhawk? And of course the question was like, did they do that to get the Ultramarines to do something? And so far, what I remember from the campaign and going through the footage and stuff, they didn't need them. Like, you go through the tomb stuff and get to the Necron bit and everything else, they didn't need them because the problem, right, is that the Mechanicus guy got there before you, which means there was another way in to where he was going to use the device and stuff, and where the Chaos guy shows up and goes, you know, so he was there in front of you. You never escorted him through that. So he already had him, you know, in his clutches. Great for you to go get up. Thanks, man. For supporting me. Get out of here. Without know about chaos being present, what reason would Space Marines have to go with the Mechanicus plan to use the artifact? Wait, what? Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, but without know about chaos being present, what reason would the Space Marines have had to go with the Mechanicus plan to use the artifact? Are we talking about today? Like, if Space Marine 1's story was better than the second game. And it's pretty much saying it was the first game better than the second or the second better than the first. Like, which one was better? Because the project was meant to be using its chaos to reveal themselves, so it would be hasty with the project? I don't get that logic, though. How do you move it? Yeah, I'm trying to understand the point of what you're going to say, because I'm trying to fight at the same time. I'm figure that out. Yeah. But without... I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because the wording is a bit odd. Without knowing that chaos was present, what reason the Space Marines had to go to the Mechanicus plan to use the artifact? At that point, it's just the mechanic... Like, I want to understand what you're saying. It's like, so basically in the story, Titus helps the Mechanicus get the artifact, and he's like, you should not use this thing, but Gilliman gave them the mission of saying the Primarch himself has come out and said, you figure out what the fuck this is. So the Space Marines and the Imperium want to know what's going on. They're like, what is this thing, and why does Chaos want it, and what can we do with it? Because we can't just let this thing go, right? We've had too much bullshit with this thing to figure out what's going on. And one of my captains got demoted because some stupid shit with this. I want to know what's going on, right? So, oh, damn, I hate this. So for them, what they would just be doing is just helping the Mechanicus get it and follow on for it, because they're just following orders at that point. You know, they have no reason to go against the Mechanicus or Gilliman's will, because they know all about the artifact. It's not like some weird thing, you know. But of course, I may be wrong. Like, even if you travel with transportation planet, yeah. Before casting artifacts, but like Zine splinter text. Second, it makes sense making the smart stuff you want to fail. I don't think I agree. Because Zinch's plan is still the same as the first game. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You finished first trigger game? I didn't. I need to sit down and go through it. But it's a brick of a game. It takes a lot to get through. That's a year-long commitment for me. I do need to finish it at some point. They even have a DLC now, which is like, ah, fuck, there's more.
The Titan launches its missiles. Keep away from the Xenos.
For being a bad teammate. It's like, and so, you know, I apologize if I'm not trying to sound antagonistic whenever I'm bringing up counterpoints. For you guys, like, I'm really appreciative. Really appreciative. People go like, well, Zoran, consider this. You know, maybe it's this. And then I go like, okay, let me think about it. Because right now, I just don't think Chaos's plan makes any goddamn sense. You know? I'm trying to figure out what their plan was, but it was just stupid. Like, I must be missing something, you know? I'm sure it's actually a fragment of Zinch, his staff. Is that the case or not? I haven't heard anything of the lore for that. Because, yeah, I haven't heard anything of that. And even if that lore is out there somewhere, it's probably some stupid White Dwarf article or something. Like, like, I have no damn clue. As they wanting the project to succeed, it makes sense making the Smurfs think they want it to fail. Yeah, so that is basically like, Also, hi Thurston. The plan makes sense, but it's executed part of the game. The point seemed to be lure a Papa Smurf and use Tyranid to do so. Yeah, I get if their plan is to be like cause an issue and get Calgar to show up. Yeah, like right now, Thurston, I'm trying to like figure out why the plan for chaos in the campaign story is so dumb, and just trying to be like, what was the plan? It's like, what's the plan here? You know? It's like, what's going on? And if it's Ancient's plan to get Calgar, I'm like, sure? Well, there's no guarantee Calgar would come. Like, there's nothing that's encouraging Calgar to show up.
No mercy, no respite, no fear.
Revealed their presence by killing Dozik to prevent him, the Ultramarines, fully figuring out what the artifact actually does, and forcing Luz to be hasty with it. I think that's probably the most plausible point I can think of so far, but even I think of the execution of the game, it just still doesn't fit well. You know, that's what I've been trying to figure out, because it's just like, because the order of operations is that Chaos shows up, they blow up the Thunderhawk, and it's like, okay, main tech priest guy is out of the way. Maybe he knows fully what goes on with it, and he can actually utilize it in some weird way. Maybe Chaos does not want them to execute what they were trying to originally do with it. And so then Chaos does a whole bunch of stuff to be like, okay, we really got to push things forward here. You know, we got to push things forward here, try to figure that out. And then we'll try to figure that out. Like, I'm trying my best. I'm like, what is Chaos doing, bro? Think you read Senshi? We're sending people over. Appreciate it. So you're playing Monster Hunter. Hope you had a fun time playing some Monster Hunter, man. Thanks for joining. I could get it. It's always first come, first serve. You love Space Marine. Yeah, we're working on a video of basically asking the question of, was the first Space Marine better than the second Space Marine? And we're kind of stuck on some of the story points of like, what was Chaos's stuff and everything, like, because I'm of the firm opinion that Chaos was executed poorly in the second game story, and so I was like, oh gosh. So I've just been playing Space Marine with chat by going like, let's figure this out, because I'm missing something, because otherwise it's the stupidest thing in the world. In chat so far, be like, well, let's consider this, Dorian. I'm just like, oh man, but they're still so dumb. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm trying to figure out their story, you know, because oh man, we've been at it for a while. Because if for anyone who knows, because so far my opinion is that the first game has executes the story better and has a better story. It presents things better, it executes things better, it has better antagonists, it has a better conclusion, it has more interesting story things to it, it has a better fulfillment of the campaign. Whereas the second game, yeah, it also has orcs, which is infinitely makes everything better. In the second game, your first antagonist with the Xenos isn't there, it's just the Tyranids, but then you say it's like, oh, it's the Hive Mind, maybe you're only fighting one thing, so that's the thing. Well, the Hive Mind doesn't have a personality, so he's boring, right? So you fight the Tyranids, and then the big bad boss thing you want to fight with the Tyranids for the second game, you fight in a PVE side mission. You don't even fight in the campaign. Like at some point, the Tyranids just go boop, gone, and then you go fight Chaos. And then Chaos mostly shows up because they crashed a ship for some reason and wrote their name on it when they could have just stealthed the entire thing so far. And there could have been a build-up to Chaos, but nope, they're just like, ha-ha, we're Chaos, you know, and do that. Would you still recommend playing the first one if I finish the second one? I do recommend people playing the first game and then playing the second game if they want context for all the story stuff, and also why certain reveals in the second game hit as hard as they do. Right? Like, there's definitely important things, but if you're just like, oh, I don't want to play the first one, you could skip it. You'll be fine. Because there's some reveals in the second game that make you go, ooh! You know, because if you understand, right? Like, if you really understand from the first game. But if you don't want to do that, you're fine. But yeah, but then Chaos shows up, does their thing. They kill the main tech priest guy who would know everything about the artifact. They have his apprentice who is trying to do that stuff. So they're manipulating the apprentice to do something. I don't know what. I'm trying to figure that out. Why is the apprentice here? Why not simply... Because they take the artifact anyway. I'm trying to... You take it anyway and you make the portal. Same plot as the first game. Why do you need the tech priest? Because he does the thing with the Necron stuff and everything, and that does nothing. There's no reason for that to exist. And I'm sitting here like, why the fuck are you here? Was it that the third party wrote Imra's name to try to lead the Space Marines Imra early? It made more sense. Yeah. Even then, I'm just like, even for the Calgar point of like, oh, we hate Calgar, you know, or our entire thing's to bring him in. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, that's what we're doing this entire stream, is me going through thinking through the entire story, going like, why is the story the way that it is? The apprentice is easier to corrupt, but why do you need to corrupt him when you could have already had the artifact? Why do you need the tech priest? Let's go on a journey. Because I don't fucking know why. Hold up. Like, let's go to the mission. Vengeance? It's like there's no reason to have the tech priest. Yeah, I gotta send the story for content. Like, there is an article out there where the game developers were like, we just couldn't get the story where we wanted it fully because co-op got in the way. So they didn't even corrupt him. They just tricked him, which they were doing fine with Nozick. Yeah, but then it's like you don't need him, you know, because that's the big thing. You don't need him for any of it. All they needed was the artifact, which they had at the Thunderhawk. Like, so why? And if they wanted Calgar, they could just start the invasion early. And then set up a trap for Calgar if he arrives. So fucking why? This is what I'm confused. All right, whoever wants to come on this journey with me. Is it Demirium where it is? I trust that Abaddon has a plan. You know, his plan is to find his fucking arms. That's what Abaddon's plan is. Is it the same? Like, which one? Which mission was the Necron one? Of the Necron ruins. Dangerous panels or stand by. Is it the Miriam? Dawn's Descent, maybe? Yeah, let me get in here and I'll invite people in. Miriam. All right, give me a sec. Okay, here's the code for whoever wants to join in for co-op, just so we can look around. I gotta be missing something.
Ensure brothers Chiron and Gadriel are in attendance.
I just thought of, what if because the tech priest has spent X number of years researching the artifact, he could have made some security protocols? No, he wouldn't be able to mess with the warp artifact. Yeah, I'll say I want to play for more. Wow, hardcore. Enjoy, Thurston. Come here when you perish. Also, Thurston, when you want to play one-page rules. It'll be a funny walk time. I'll play orcs. And I won't get salty at all, I promise. It'll be tons of laughs. We can drink beer. I mean, you can drink beer. Oh, thank you, Trippy. For your scribble, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Trippy. Laugh. Joined in. Even like a week or two. Get some shit sorted. Yeah, just let me know, because I asked a friend to play today. So if you don't want to play, just tell me when you want to play. Really, I'll do it by your schedule. There's twice. Once the son of Argyle, as God intended. Yep. Some people have gotten a heat map of like how many people have died in the hardcore WoW thing, and it's been really funny. It's been really funny seeing
Gilliman's footsteps.
just seeing all the like the huge red splotches and where the son of Argyles were. This made so much better than the bots for sure. I like having chat come play with me. Any games where it's like, can I bring chat along? Chat, you're like my friend who like I tried to include in everything. But I should have been better. Like I should have improved.
Using an ancient
What would
battle
Guts do?
barge as a battering ram. An unorthodox approach.
You disapprove?
On the contrary, it is inspired thinking.
I don't think we're on the right
reluctantly second that.
level.
Why reluctantly?
I don't think
Because
this is
it
the
will go
right
to your
one,
head.
chat. Because I'm trying to find the level where we go down to the Necron ruins and we're like, ha ha! Things have happened. Because this is the one major point I'm having troubles with the script. Hello,
Titus.
Kaplan.
I am troubled by a report I have received from the Astra Telepathica. An accusation of heresy.
Our voice was puppeted by a...
The lieutenant will answer.
The Psycho was possessed.
Your sergeant believed otherwise.
I was mistaken.
You attempted to incapacitate your lieutenant.
Thank the Emperor I failed.
And now, the only individual capable of reaching Lord Kelgar is dead. By your
You have a finger on that
hands.
trigger.
I
Huh?
will be
What?
watching over. Should I suspect
Just
even
flag
a
the entire
flicker
chat.
of corruption, I will not hesitate as you did. You are
Elevator manipulation
dismissed.
just reflection. Yeah. Proceed to the logs bay.
What was spoken by the chaplain?
Brothers, we have arrived at the burial. Board Thunderhawks immediately and prepare for assault.
Time to go.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I keep thinking more and more. Just constantly. Yeah, because Chaos doesn't need the tech priest. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything to the artifact ever. Like he tries to activate it with some Necron stuff, but it fails. But he doesn't.
Nothing halts the Emperor's will.
I think the only thing I could think of that he needed the tech priest for is that the Necron device did something to help open the portal. But why? Why is the Necron stuff needed to help open the portals? That doesn't make sense. You're Zinc. You can just use the device. Like the Chaos Undivided guy just opened up a portal with. Well, no, he did with the. No, he did it with the device. That's the point. Okay, I realize it's dawning on me a bit now. Yeah, he had to use the device on the thing to pretty much activate it to open up a portal, and so he needed the tech priest guy to fuck around with something underneath to activate the Necron stuff.
Sons of Gilliman, for the glory of Ultramar.
Hey chat, how many points is that? How many points is that ahead of us? Like a 2,000 point list? Let's see, you have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's 10 each, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, so it's 60 guys. Yeah, at least 5 points. 2,000, like maybe 2,500 points. How much is a Redemptor Dreadnought in terms of points? Like 2K-ish? Yeah, I'm thinking 2,000 something, maybe. This we're talking about. Let's go with 10th, because this came around with 10th edition. This is a tournament legal points army. Yeah. They even have the bodyguards up there, and a champion with a flag. And of course, the chapter master. Some dude already did it, yeah. It's probably like 2,000. All right, we must talk to our battle brothers. But yeah, I think that's the only plot point I can think of for the tech priest, that he was manipulating them. Is that, yeah, the only reason he was manipulating them, the only thought process I can think is that they needed them to activate the device in the Necron area to activate the portal. And so that's why you go around to save them stuff. I think that's the only major thing so far. But even then, the reveal, you're going to do that anyway. Why reveal yourself? Wait, I know why. I know why you destroyed the Thunderhawk. And I'm just trying to think of everything. You destroyed the Thunderhawk because they were taking the device away. And you needed to keep the device. And you need to keep the device on planet. That's what's the difference. But that's why you did that. But why reveal yourself? Like, I'm wrapping my head around it. Like, I'm getting the logic of some of the actions. Of like, he brought things, like, some of his actions make sense. Like the Chaos, Muro was like, hey. He was like, hey man, I need you to use this device on this Necron thing. Because with this device going in, I can use this to open a portal into the warp and then start invading this planet. Like, he knows the device is here, he can start doing stuff. And if Congar comes in, bada boom, bada bing, that's a twofer, right? That's just all great. Oh yeah, this is the one scene.
You ever done this before?
Oh yeah. One of the best lines in the game.
An active combat zone, dodging flak, enemy ships and burning wreckage on the way down.
Exactly.
No, this will be a first.
The Codex of Stargates does not support this action. But I am looking forward to it.
Best line. Best line in the entire game.
Stay close.
But yeah, so the line to give that, he destroys the Thunderhawk to keep the device on planet. Is the planet the right planet? But regardless, they were going to secure it and take it away. And so he's like, no, this must stay. Like, I must push this forward. But then why did he not? Then it's like, why do you need the tech priest? Just do it yourself.
When I was a young captain,
Do you just not know how to do it? Like, that must have been it. The tech priest must have had the knowledge, just enough knowledge to know how to integrate it with the Necron stuff, because the Chaos guys didn't. That's the only thing I can think of. But then with the Zinc with knowledge shit, he should probably have been given that knowledge. So, I guess. You know. Also, the reveal is just crazy, guys. No one takes on the wreckage. The Marines on the Goose Chase so the tech priest can finish. Well, the Goose Chase, that doesn't make sense, because if he just didn't reveal himself, they wouldn't even know what to do. Figured Tyranid that he would go to the Astropath and accuse of treason and have his words be dismissed.
Holy terror. Auspex cannot keep up with all this debris. We must navigate by sight.
we will make it.
Also,
Now
once
focus.
more, this cutscene makes no, like, this shouldn't be here. This should be a cutscene. Cool. It looks pretty. Oh, guardsmen, no! My precious boys! My baby boys! Those huge flying dudes. Oh. Dude, whoever's flying away from that Helldrake is hauling, dude. There's one guy on the Valkyrie going, no, 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 no. Krieg models out. Yeah, I saw the Krieg models. I'm kind of glad. Also, I'm very happy that Eldar players can stop saying, my line has not been updated for 1 billion years. And now they can, you know, now like, shut up. You just got a new line. Now we get to bully them in another way. Also, thank you, Texas Big Bear, for your scribble. Appreciate it. Cases didn't have the time to learn how to use the device. So if you think on it that way, would it make sense that they would kidnap either Tech Priest or his apprentice, save time, and advance the plan rapidly? Yeah, like, I agree on that point. That point I'm 100% in agreement with. Yeah, at that point, I'm 100% in agreement with. What I'm not in what I'm still trying to figure out is why reveal yourself early. That's the big thing, right?
Clear a path.
We shall make short work.
Also, am I before or after the Necron thing, chat? Am I before or after? Where we go down to the tech priest and Emero's there and sends a hell brood and shit after me. After? Yeah, I was like, I'm looking at it, I think I'm after. It looks damn cool though. After, yeah, we're in the wrong place. Sorry, fellas. Just why we're here for this stream today. To figure this out. I'm working on a video, I'm sorry. It's taking me like 3 months. It's, wow. Guys could keep in their pants. Could simply be the fact chaos worshippers are nursing assholes with the show. Did we wrong those before? Wait, was it? Mary, go back for no reason? God damn it, chat.
Position marked.
We did the tech reset. Ah, we were on the right one. Sorry about that. Sorry. My bad. Wait, can we just select the thing itself? Hold up. Is that why you're pinging there? Yeah, because I can't directly select the mission. Yeah, this is all I can really pick. Yeah, it's chat's fault. I got one guide. I got one guide. Oh well. Oh, fucked up. That's okay. We'll just go through it again. We'll skip the cutscenes.
The Imperium's wrath is here.
Yeah, it's just the reveal part. I think that's the part where I'm mostly stumped on. I can kind of get the logic of, hey, we need to keep the device near and not be stowed away. We're going to use the other tech priest guy because the main tech priest guy is not needed. So we're going to use the younger, more impressionable tech priest to do all the dirty work for us because he's, you know, super convinced through manipulation that's going to change the world. So they basically do everything they can with that. No, I still no idea why they revealed themselves early. They didn't need to. They didn't need the Space Marines because, as far as I can tell, they were nowhere close to tracking them down. They do stuff with them, and then
clear a path.
Let's see.
We shall make short work.
Yeah, we should be good now, fella.
Quicker than they deserve.
Oh.
Heretics waiting in ambush.
Outmaneuver them.
With the Ultramarines and the haste. Not sit and think. Earlier heard the captain telling for being a grand strategy. Look at this. This doesn't make sense. They can just did everything they needed without the Ultramarines. Yeah, they're not needed. That's kind of the big thing is that the Ultramarines are not needed.
The heretics give this barrier life. It will die with them.
He's still big about it. Let me see if there's any speedruns in this game. See if they've like, because the other game, funny enough, the story and the level designs are almost nearly to a beat of the first game. That these still also have the same thing at the exit of you go charge a tower with floating chaos platforms. You dead yet? That should be it. Unless we're missing something. Oh, hey.
Terror starting over there.
Ow! This bond's 1 AP. He's got second
No
shots.
victory for you here.
That it?
Warriors
There you
clear.
go.
Make haste. Celeste will be watching for our targeting signal.
That killer of corruption provides the land. Thalassa, we are on the ground and moving. Report status.
We're approaching the battle barge now.
Gonna take over
You are
quietly
ahead
to
of
bring the
us.
Xenos down to
Make
Calgar. Can't
contact
ignore.
once the
Maybe
Atreus is
distracted
ready to
now
launch.
without warning. Yeah. Like
shall
there's
be
smarter
done.
ways to get through it.
Are we
Find the
going to
device
let
as
them
itself
beat us?
to warp and remove Chaos's ability to operate.
Not today.
Showing up would cause them to accelerate the plans and stop chaos. Well, that's the theory that the tech priest believed in, but I think it was proven that that wasn't a thing. That the chaos gods are like, yeah, I fucking lied. Like that's not how it does. I tricked him, idiot. You know, I'm not calling you an idiot. I'm calling the tech priest an idiot. You know? Like that was the whole bit that he was like, you know, like I tricked you. And that was the huge bit that they had.
Changing magazine.
Well, we're gonna see here in a bit. Just to clarify, because I need to build a check. I know faster I can go and just bring up the. I can bring up the vid. I can bring up the receipts.
Corruption.
Oh, there's the dance guy. Come here. I'm here to make him perish. Alright, great job. I couldn't be saying Gilbert Godfrey and turning him into a dreadnought. I know, right? Dude, if I could have Gilbert Godfrey fight for me in a dreadnought. You know what I need? I need a, you know, like those voice things they put in like teddy bears and stuff? I need to find a way to get that into like a dreadnought body. And so I can like tap the top of him or like press a button that's like kind of integrated, like he has like a turret thing on top of him or something. And then
Jump back engaged.
and then I can just have Guilford Godfrey just voice out of the dreadnought. You can activate these things, I don't care. We're just trying to get to the pick this guy.
Alter destroy.
Up there!
Like I hope so. I'm trying not to bullshit it.
Slowing down.
You know, I'm trying to sit down and be like, logically, let's try to figure this out, fellas.
It will get us to our objective.
Also, Siege, why do you give me a passage?
Time is
You
limited.
could simply
We must
just throw
take the
this
risk.
road at me.
Move on to the cathedral. Proceed with caution. Thalassa, we are
When
almost
the
there.
tower
What is
things
your
to change the
status?
clarity and sell off the
The
warp.
sleeping giant will soon awaken, brother.
Well, I can get that.
Hold
Yeah, I
for
can
our
get that
signal.
logic. Yeah, I think that. But then why would it happen? Like, why would you open it? Like that?
Brothers, are you hearing this? Box ghosting. Ignore it.
Hey, I think 9 stones that do not speak are called rocks. Stupid Zeech. Why did I think otherwise? You guys can activate that. You're good. Tower.
Thalassa, transmitting targeting signal now.
Gotta have a worry. This big long object is not flared. I think that's a problem.
Your data is clouded, Lieutenant. Maintain close proximity to target.
Dig in. We are pushed back. The Atreus will miss its target.
We will not yield a single step. They will not deprive us of seeing and monstrosity.
Ow.
We will find no respite until that tower falls.
Tainted bastards and God.
I love it when they explode.
Sword of Atreus primed and locked in.
Lock target now!
routing signal data through telemetry systems. Numerous errors detected due to signal interference. Calculating trajectory.
Oh, look at that Terminator. Oh, he's going at it. This guy's combi bolter and everything. Hey, remember when your Primarch laid down the dive, but the only thing you guys could have done to fix the entire problem was sending a message saying, hey, we surrender, Horus was wrong? You ever thinking about that? The burning of Prospero and shit? You know, because the whole thing that happened was that Emperor was like, hey, you need to bring Magnus in. He's under arrest. He did psychic stuff, and I have to sit in this goddamn chair because he's an idiot, you know? And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, let's go get him. And Russ is like, all right, I'll go get him. And then Horus is like, hey, he ain't gonna fucking surrender, dog. That motherfucker traitor. And then Russ is like, what? You know? And he goes like, and the one thing you could have done, right? I mean, it's just a cool cutscene. Look at it. And then he's like, and then what Magnus did is he just sat in his like throne room or whatever. He's like, I'm gonna accept my fate. Like I did wrong. You know, I fucked up. You know, like he was our precious baby boy. You know, he screwed up. And our man's like, fuck you, dude. I'm fighting to the death. This sucks. This is bullshit. And which honestly, I remember was right. And but the only thing Magnus could have done was could have sent a Vox message like, hey man, I'm gonna lay down my arms. I know I did wrong. I'm gonna turn myself in. You know, they could have just fixed that entire thing by talking. But they didn't do that.
We will soon find you in the flesh and remove you from it.
So I wonder why he didn't do that. You know, they all have cell phones. Probably didn't like Magnus having psychic power. I mean, even then, if Magnus came up and said, hey, I surrender, like, please don't kill everybody, you know, like, there wouldn't be any need for him to send draw pods and attack and stuff, you know. That's a campaign tree. Right now, we're trying to figure out a logic thing in the story. Like, we've already beaten the campaign. Right now, we're trying to establish why did Chaos need the Tech Priest guy. We're going to the one area where they activate the thing. And we're like, okay, they needed a device to open up the warp portal. And that's why we all think he needed it, right? And so we're like, yeah, but did he really need the Tech Priest for it? So why was the Tech Priest involved? And so we're just trying to figure out like some plot stuff. Because I'm making a video and I'm just like, is Chaos's involvement really dumb or am I just wrong? You know? Or else I surrender, the act was mine alone, leave my legion in the low and harm, I'll go without a fight. Yeah, exactly. He's gonna be like, hey dude, like I don't know what you heard from Horus. Like I'll do anything I need to do to prove that I'm innocent. Like, what do you need me to do? Like, I'm at your mercy. You know, like he could have just laid down his arms and be like, it's my fault. Because he resigned to his fate anyway. Like Kronos, because he resigned to his fate anyway. It's like, why continue? Like if he saw the death and destruction going on, and he's like, I'm getting attacked and murdered. You know, he would probably give a call up going, bro, what's going on? Like, I was surrendering. Why are you fighting?
Show yourself, betrayer. What is it, brother?
You know.
Yeah, the fact you should join us, brother.
Whom do you speak? Do not hear him. Petty tricks. Death to the false emperor!
I don't have my jetpack anymore.
We will not be disposed of so easily.
Terminator is so cool. One thing I'm very happy with this game though is that Thousand Suns gets some representation and they're just not getting, I mean, they're getting dick beaten down by like 3 Ultramarines, but at least they didn't like, aha, Space Wolf showed up, you know, and cause that whole issue.
Completely ransacked.
I have a theory it's likely shown in this mission. I would love to hear. Sorry, it's Ooh, fire guy. it.
Reload.
It's like if people got theories, I'm down to hear them. Like I'm sorry if I like seem I'm like that theory doesn't make sense, but you know like I'm sorry if I like sound off like that. I'm just trying to think like logically why is this here? You know, like what are we doing? Hey, you can get these pipes in real life. You know, you can pay like $500 to get this hunk of plastic, or you can 3D print it for 2 cents. I mean, it's up to you.
Denied.
Dude, I want a 3D printer for terrain so bad.
Identify yourself.
I'm having to like budget all the pay raises for the Energy Declaration soon, so I'm so fucking scared of spending any money. I'm just like, okay, run away. Run away, then we're gonna be fine.
Penetrate his armor.
Ow. They're really shiny. They are. They're Thousand Suns boys. They're all dust. What would you think would come out of a Necron toaster, chat? Look at the ammo boxes under the ground. Ow. They did such a good job with the sorcerers. Toast. That's yours. I'm not taking that from you. I have 3D print now that I'm trying to learn Blender, but 40K isn't interested me in tabletop. Can't make bike armies anymore. Wake me when Khan returns. Can't you still do bike armies in 10? I mean, not like everything as a bike, but.
He certainly did. You said it
well, you do have to take out troops in your thing, can't you? So you still would have troops. You can still get a chunk of bikes, but you mean everything in the bike? I don't think so. Oh, everything is a bike is what you want? Yeah, I can imagine.
Agreed.
Orcs are the closest you can get.
Decontamination required.
Isn't there like a
Initiate biological purgation.
Orcs, but of course, like you want something different. You want Space Marines probably. Can you still do that with Dark Angels?
Initiating sterilization.
And also with White Scarves, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they got like a codex or anything, but I'm pretty confident.
It is a burial wild brother. Reserved.
I mean, I'm talking out my ass. I don't play 10, so I can't really say anything. But I would believe you still could, but I could be dead wrong. Dark Raven Wing can be full vehicles as troops. Yeah. And last I checked, chat might know more than me. I thought you printed out a Luna as a space web. I want a 3D printer real bad. I can't do a resin printer because I live in an apartment and I would have to find a good venting solution for that. I'd probably go with a good there's like a plastic printer I keep being shown, which could do some decent models with a 0.2 nozzle.
Microbial index.
But of course, for me, what about a 0.1 nozzle? It's gonna be smoother that way. But they showed off some vehicles, which looks really good.
Interesting.
Yeah, filament 3D printer, in which they were like, "Oh, this is really good," you know, like this is really solid. And so for me, I was like, "Oh."
Ancient ruins.
A cover for their research, perhaps.
The subject of it, more likely.
The figures in these carvings are unusual.
Ancient marks of the
Cabby with
ruinous
3D printer and just go to this place and use it.
towers.
We're not even in the same state.
Long before the Great Crusade eliminated
That it would be cheaper for me to get a 3D printer myself and then buy a ventilation system for my window than let Cab get one and go to his house. Like, it'd be cheaper for me to buy a house or to like get or rent a house somewhere. We love our Thunder Hammer. We love it very much. We love our Thunder Hammer. Just want to get to the crunch. Gotta get to the plot point. Figure out why chaos is here. Why the fuck is chaos needing a tech priest? Something weird.
These ruins are vast. What interest could the Mars
Space
have
Marines
in
versus
old
Pillar.
stone? We know not what secrets this old stone holds. I only
Actually,
ask that
literally,
it holds
Space
our
Marines
weight.
versus Pillar right here. This is a Pillar.
The enemy stirs my wrath. Something they will regret.
I heard a noise. Oh, hey, man. I heard like a clack or something. I don't know if there was someone at my door or something else. I was like, I don't expect anybody. I've had a couple of my neighbors or someone in the hall mistakenly think their door is my door. And I would hear them just trying to like get through my door, and it scares the shit out of me because I keep thinking someone's trying to break in. But I have a deadlock, so there's no way to unlock it. Even if they successfully do, the deadlock goes, hell no, you're not getting through. So I looked over and I heard a noise. I'm like, thank you, Metroid, for sticking with me for 6 fucking years.
From my range.
Projector here.
Can I believe that we've been nearly doing this for a decade and everything stayed the same?
You know nothing of brotherhood.
Lieutenant,
More cheap tricks.
Oh. I get through the Necron stuff.
Stim located.
Oh. Chaos for the teleport pod.
Your worthless life is empty.
Chat, if given an option in real life right now, would you sell your souls to chaos? Knowing everything that you can know ahead of time. Like with all the lore that we have in the books and all of it's accurate. Would you give it a chance? Hey, Slanesh, do you think you're just going to join a sex cult and have a good time? Is that what you think is going to happen? That's what everyone thinks that happens. That's not what happens. That's not what happens at all.
Your treachery ends now.
Yeah, you don't just get the fuck cat girls all day. That's not what happens. Yeah, only for a Klondike. What would you do for a Klondike bar?
End this desecration.
She just running to him. I have part of the God Emperor's seed. I am one of his champions. Can't come to the moment to consider. You don't get it. Accurate. It's like you don't get it. That's the thing. People think, oh, if I join Slanesh, I'll be the cuddle uru all the time. That's not how it works. You're gonna get tortured and whipped and have to listen to the Nyan Cat song the entire time. So they'll be like, ah, yeah, torture. That's for my pleasure, you know. Like,
have faith, brother. We will send them to one fitting.
and then with Nurgle, you just have COVID all the time. Remember that?
Pathetic sorcery.
Remember when you got COVID, chat? This was you all the time. And you're vomiting, and shitting, and pissing.
Spare your ammunition for the real thing.
I tire of chasing this bastard's phantom.
Why install Aurora?
Yeah, tolerance of fitness on Ash, exactly. You're just playing EDM on 200%.
How? A relic from the dark age of technology.
This is heresy.
They will no doubt invoke the Treaty of Mars.
This
One thing I
damn
have been
quest
doing
for
though
knowledge.
is looking up all the lore for the Leagues of Votan, and I have been thoroughly enjoying them so far.
We shall see.
I'm definitely a grudge bringer now, because at first I didn't know that the Leagues of Votan weren't part of the Imperium. I thought they just shoved them in there. Of going, oh, they found squats again. Whoop. Well, yeah, but gonna see how it is. Bricky was telling me about it. He was like, did you see this? Because apparently, I think it was written by the guy who did a bunch of Eldar novels, but he fucking hates elves, but he really likes dwarves. And so I'm like, sounds like a book I'm gonna listen to. But of course, I'm still boycotting this stuff, so I might have to find a way to acquire it in some way. But I'm really curious about it. Now that I'm trying to not do as much anymore, I'm finding myself with a little bit more time to like, I can buy this now. I can go do that. I can actually go do that. Especially like Turboton. Space Force curious. Yeah, I was also looking at their army list and stuff, and I was kind of like, oh yeah, they got like a bunch of 4-up invulns. They have a grudge system, which I find that's cute. I don't know why I decided to block that. No, not likes elves. He hates elves, but he likes dwarves. You gotta make sense. Like Audible. It's like for me. So for basically, I'm still boycotting the Games Workshop stuff. I don't buy their models. I don't buy their official books. Like games are a bit of a is that extension I'm okay with because as a whole, mostly the effort is for a game company. Even though Games Workshop gets part of the profits because it's how licensed products like these work. For me, I was like, I'm not gonna fucking win no matter what I do in that case, and I just and if I ever played the war game, I would just be like, oh man, I somehow, oh god, oh help me, oh god, oh god, my ass beat. I've never seen this before, actually, of me just getting blasted by a Terminator. I've never seen that before. Oh, that was awesome. Give me your head. Yeah, I got beat by a nerd. He knew his codex by heart. He didn't need a reference card. What would you do for a reference card? Ah, sorry. Do you see the squat wizard model? Oh, the one for the Votan? Oh, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Oh, one thing I saw in one-page rules, at least on the fantasy version, I don't know if it's one version I can work with the Grimdark one. The human guys actually have a squad full of spellcasters, and I remember sitting there going like, why wasn't this in Warhammer? Why can't I just have a squad of mages and wizards? And I saw that for one-page rules, and I was like, oh, fuck yeah. I just want to make an all-wizard army now. Okay, now we're getting here. Here's all the Necron stuff. You know, that's them doing that. Apparently there's guards in there. Okay, so Blackrock, right? Chat, explain Blackrock to me again. So in the lore, if I remember, I think it's anti-psychic stuff. The psychic doesn't like it at all. That's what I remember of it. Anti-warp material. Yeah, that's what I remembered of it.
Pay his squawking no heed, brothers.
It can be anti-warp or warp amplifier. Okay, so that's why the Necron stuff is.
The enemy is well ahead of us. This trail will lead us to them. The sorcerer will elude us no longer.
Depending on how it's charged. Okay, so that's what the device is for. All right. That plot point's fine.
War Gear Prime.
So still exactly the same plot from the first game. Considering the fact that they have AI Titus here, AI Space Marines, they could have easily, you know, added like a fun little like, oh, you're chaos. They can do it. They can do it. They can let us play chaos. Imagine a game chat where you get to play chaos, or like Nerville, where you just chill in the ground. Let me put the key in front of the Yeah, it's I think the biggest plot point I'm still stuck on is why reveal yourself early and why do you need Titus? Or like, why are the Space Marines here? It's like the only reason to reveal yourself super early is to get Titus, because before they clearly had the tech priest in their hands and Titus interrupted them because they figured out, oh, they're after the tech priest guy. Go to guards in the game. Me too, man. I want to go. I think there's like one chaos guy back there. He's like,
what will you do with the artifact once you have it? Crush it to dust. If it has no effect on you, why not use it? You dare suggest heresy, Sergeant? I said nothing.
oh, now we know.
And I heard nothing.
That degenerate
You don't need Titus. It's just like the fucking minions.
We will not let you down, brother. Have no doubt.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. The first game had a better introduction to chaos. Why didn't the second game do it? That's what that suck, guys. That's my bit so far. It's like you didn't need to do it. Your job would have been a whole lot easier if you just didn't fucking show yourself.
When we call out to our gods,
And the reason of he's an asshole is like infuriating. It's like you guys are infuriating me. That's what I'm saying. I would say like if it's legit the reason, I would scream in a pillow.
This was just lying under our feet this whole time. And centuries longer still.
Okay, we're coming up to the thing.
Brother, if the archives are to be believed, and on more worlds than we shall ever wish to discover.
I pray everyone is unearthed and burned to cinders.
Then it is working. Always had to turn up the save game. Before you realize. Yeah. I think people still doing their best to try to revive that game. Also, my grenade launcher thing is working. Thanks, William, for this scribble, man. I appreciate it. No, that doesn't do it. That do it? No. How do you do the grenade launcher bit? It's never... Oh, it's up, scroll wheel. Okay. I never got that to work. I was always confused by it. It's pretty gnarly. The little Necron guy. The little Necron guy. Look at him.
For study.
I love Necron guy.
Martian precinct goes too far.
I'm gonna check the area. A little guy. Piece of scarab. He's gonna pellet the key and turn it up instead of off. Yeah, but still, it's like, why do we need this priest guy? So those things like, you're supposed to know things, you're Zinch. Zinch just knows things. That's what he does. He just knows and does things. Oh dear. I wasn't paying attention. I was going to check. Aha! I'm here. Dude, that Terminator is on me.
destruction, no doubt.
I do not think they were alone in that.
Do you not see the hypocrisy of Nicaea? You have felt the same
Nicaea?
as the thousand suns. They call us witch, heretic, for daring to wield the same power as your god, Emperor. To sacrifice thousands who share his touch of the warmth of the altar of his goodness. Not the first time he has turned his blade on his most faithful, and not the last, Titus.
Hey, they reference the Psyker thing. I think you well and brave for gifting the Shabaroni.
It seems to grow ever stronger.
Yeah, kids up to their key shelf fell apart. I know, right?
Yes.
Sure, none of them even know that it is anymore. I think because the galaxy is so vast that like, a lot of people are like, yeah, I kind of know that, like, you know, things are up there, but, you know, I don't even know who my boss is. Also, chat, if you guys want to recap me real quick, what's
waste to the heretics.
Where is Imura?
what's up with the
Taking a thrasher down there.
What's up with Lionel Johnson coming back? Well, how'd that happen? I forgot. I'm late on that. Did they just wake him up at some point? Was there like a twin thing? Or?
It is loose.
He just woke up and then he come up to Gilliman and he's like, what the fuck happened, man? And Gilliman's like, dude, they fucked everything up. Okay, here's the cutscene that we're needing to look at. Right, let's see. Tech Priest is doing his thing.
Lieutenant Titus, praise the Omnissiah. In just a few minutes, you will bear witness to...
You must stop this!
Sire, please. I know you have concerns, but look, this is merely a taste of what the device is capable of.
And I have seen the worst of what it can do.
My lord, you must trust me. This has been my quest for knowledge. My life's work.
Shut it down. Now.
I will not. Forgive me, Lord. Time will reveal the purity of my intentions.
You tiny grains of sand, prattling as you tumble. For a moment, it seemed you might do my work for me. But alas, I must finish this myself. With this true power.
Your malignant energies are useless!
Bring him down.
Saying he's a boss. I can't believe he didn't paralyze once. Need some more fingers to scribble. Relaxing where you can. I'm getting there. I'm trying to figure out figuring all the plot stuff in this game. I can tank it. I can tank it, Pa. It's such a cool. I love the Hellbrew, man. They did such a good job with him. He's so darn cool. I hate that. Ah, I can't move. He's a damnable beast. You ever think that's like a compliment for him? Like he kind of blushes, like I am damnable. Thank you.
Something is happening. That looks like a plasma charge. The charge
Oh, it's so cool.
This is the end for you.
Alright, give me the cutscene.
Enough of these childish games! Then let us put a stop to them once and for all!
Tickle him a little bit. Alright, got the device. He activates the Necron thing.
Where is he? With Aurora active, he and others like him cannot exist here.
We will see.
This is just the beginning. With these devices, we will seal the Great Rift and drive the heretics back into the warp with nothing more than a transference of alignment.
Yeah, then he puts it in warp amplification mode.
What genius! Castius, from which ocean did you gather these pearls of wisdom? Is it not the dream of every scientist to discover the birthplace of all knowledge? Behold, the source of your inspiration!
Of course, he owns that. Yeah, when he swings it though, yeah.
The end approaches, Brother Titus. And so, to the final act. Titus, the heretic. Income, assistance, top this at once.
Yeah, thank you, Logan, for the bits. You actually did greenlight this research. Cole's been doing it for a while now. Yeah. The what's the big question, Ryan? Did in the Thunderhawk they took the device away, right? The Chaos Forces took the device away, right? Or did he leave it? No, they left it there. That's why he had a reaction to it. Why the fuck did they leave it? Why didn't they take it? Now I'm more confused. Why?
Titus to Acheran. Do you read me?
I guess they get rid of the tech breach and print them off, and they kept the device there because they didn't want it stowed away. But then why didn't you just go to the Necron place yourself?
Damn it. How could that?
Because obviously he was able to show up, and all the Chaos Scouts were able to show up.
His own inspiration.
Necron adjustment. Why do they need the AdMech though?
They killed Nozick. Led us to believe they would do the same to
Are they
Luz.
Zinch full of knowledge?
We would deliver him precisely where they wanted him.
And that spectacle
Yeah, it wasn't
in the
portrayed that they
catacombs.
couldn't go for it. Like,
To trick that puppet Luz into finishing the work.
I'm confused. I said we're probably to touch for the Chaos was having some health problems. And Zinch is also manipulating people. This should activate the device because it empowered them. Yeah, the problem is activating this, you know, I get that. But why did they need the tech priest to do it?
We must find our brothers.
That's what I want to know. Why did they need the tech priest to do it? Why couldn't they do it themselves? That's the part I'm having trouble with. Get on the tune welcome mat. But they didn't need that because the tech priest got there anyway. Ahead of you.
It is that monstrous obelisk. It screams a silent wail of
The Epic did work for them.
Their human minds were not prepared for malign energies of this magnitude.
Few are.
Should we show them mercy?
We must leave that to the commissariat. We have more pressing duties.
Tech priest already had the setup and funny different mechanics to do as a real dang hard, but they don't need him. Like that's the part I'm hung up on. They do not need him. Like at all.
Not far from here.
Unless it was to finish it, and the only way that the logic would work is if they had an absolute no way, right? Like in no way, then that they could not interact with it without the tech priest. That'd be the only reason. And so, of course, the question for me would be like, what is limited? Yeah, sorry, fellas. Like, what is limited for the what is limited for
those heretics?
There's a long time to play with these air failures. That's like the scenes could have just, you know, they got the knowledge for it. Like they don't need them at all. And you could easily have written in that the dark mechanicus came in and was like, oh well, we got the thing, off we go. You know, like we don't need any of you guys. We got the device. We're gonna go do our own thing now. Open up the portal and start invading planets. So it was a real mystery for me. Be like, why are you needed? Oh no, this is the way we should be going. It feels like it. Good knowledge. He share with his followers. Why would he give his followers any great things? Just to play Magic Gathering before. Yeah.
Tremendously so.
Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty solidifying the knowledge. Well, actually, no. Now the cracks, it still doesn't make any fucking sense. Because if you wanted to prevent, yeah, it makes it. Well, no, it's the only reason it made sense was to kill the tech freeze, so he can manipulate the smaller guy. Because I guess we'll go with the logic that he needed, right? Go with the logic that he needed. So I'll concede on that. I'll just say for some reason Zinch needed the tech priest to activate the stuff so they could do the hoover blah, right? So bottom boom, they got them all manipulated going to do that. They destroyed the Thunderhawk to kill the fucking the main tech priest guy, right? Bada boom, bada bing, bam. He's out of the way because he probably knows exactly what he does. And he knows all the dangers for it. So they need someone a bit more naive in where they can manipulate him to believe, hey, you're actually doing a good job. But in fact, you're going to fall into our trap of activating the amplification of this. And then boom, off you go. Right? That's what I'm thinking.
We were spared that fate.
The captain
Suckers even touch Blackstone. Like, yeah, it says there's resistance and stuff. But even then, like, Murrow was able to pop up in there anyway, even with all that stuff going on. So that all got figured out. So let's just do that. But still, why show yourself? Like, why show yourself at the crash site? And I'm sitting here like, why do you need it? Oh, one thing I put in for the script is it also in both
do you call this?
We failed to stop Luz.
I can see that.
Oh, sorry about
He was
that.
tainted. An unwitting puppet of the arch
Yeah, an
enemy.
only puppet. Yeah, that's
We are
fine.
now facing a warp rift the size of a small cruiser. 3 volleys from the Resilient and not a scratch on that pillar. If it has a weakness, I need to know what it is.
It is powered by the artifact from Graia. If we can destroy that...
Where is it?
We do not know.
You call that a solution?
What is the alternative?
There is a field around the pillar, impenetrable to our ordnance. We have observed their forces passing through it on foot. We must get close enough to see if we can do the same. Proceed through those doors. We make our assault imminently.
Yeah, this moment is some of the coolest shit in the world. Like, it's really good. Also, for the one thing I also mentioned, because literally this second game copies so much from the first, and the one thing I mentioned is like, you know, plot point is like, is this, you invade, you come and you help the Imperial Guard, led by a badass female leader. And here you go, the second game, they got a badass female leader. You know, coming in saying, hey, guess what?
If they have fallen,
we will retrieve it, Captain.
Ultramarines, ready!
Yeah. The one thing I did give prompts for Space Marine 2 in terms of its story is that it helps sell the culture of being part of the Imperium a lot more. Especially as a Space Marine, where you all have the prayer and things like that. Like, it's really cool. Like, they really sell that. So, in terms of the fantasy of being a Space Marine, gameplay-wise, they kind of miss it a little bit compared to the first, but it's still really good. But in terms of the culture and the lore and just the feeling of it and seeing all that happens, they do such a good job of it. And of course, having what's-his-face be the captain. Don't spoil it for people. Just got a Warren 40K on display here. Yeah, you get to see it, you can't participate. Not as much. Which is really sad. Hold on.
The front is beyond this bridge.
What is that thing? Look out! Helldrake, spread out!
Sorry, I had a thing. Compared to the fun antagonists. Yeah, that's the thing I read for it. Basically, I just want to fight up to this point. We'll probably end it. Because I just want to get to the cool flag scene because it's just so much fun. I like the flag scene a lot. And then Calgar shows up and you're kind of like, huh? Like, why are you? Well, you know, we called you. It's like, duh. But it's like, huh. Sorry, I gotta reload. We have done it, Battle Brothers.
That accursed obelisk grants the enemy unlimited maneuverability.
Have you considered Exterminatus?
This is a burial world, Titus. If we fail to defeat the enemy, then I will burn this place. But I would prefer to not disgrace these honored dead.
Can our scans locate the signature of the power source?
We are blinded by all the interference.
It is out there, at the heart of that profane madness.
Agreed. One way or another, we must reach that obelisk. Then we shall.
Come along, Battle Brothers. I should probably get into this. Especially
Titus,
proceed
on until you reach the second force.
yeah, I enjoyed it because it showcased like all the old art. That's why I enjoyed it the most, because it was like, oh, this is like reminiscent of all of that Space Marine art forever ago. And even from the current stuff, it was all these guys just, you know.
I cannot fathom that 10 of our brothers may have fallen. Along with the standard,
I dare not picture the company banners soiled by treacherous hands.
Ultramarines do not fall without a fight.
God, what was it?
They are alive.
There's a book excerpt. I can't quite remember. I think it was some Abaddon thing. I can't remember. I know it was a Horus Heresy thing where they, I think one of the Chaos factions like drop down and stuff, and they start messing up all these Space Marines. And sorry about that. And they see one of the company banners falling down. It's like, you disgrace that banner, Space Marine. You better pick it up, like taunting him, saying like, disgrace this flag, or letting it touch the ground. There we go. Good wipe, good wipe. These people have done better there. Yeah, the ending QTE fight was kind of obnoxious. You didn't really get a boss fight. And that's at least the one thing you can give this game. They actually gave you a boss fight. Like, their boss fights, whenever presented, are a lot more involved. And even the mini boss fights are better. Because in Space Marine 1, honestly, the majority of the boss fights you got, I remember writing that in the script as well, is that like in Space Marine 2, when you do fight a boss, or something that's more substantial, it's a lot more interesting. You have a lot more fun with it. Because in Space Marine 1, they're a lot more boring. They're very boring.
Maintain these graves, even in the midst of
Space Marine 2, though, boss fights, thumbs up.
We must hurry. Our brothers pay in blood for every second we delay.
They should be on the other side of that door.
Some novel seeing Guardsmen prevent Banner from falling. His head shut off. They honored him by turning his corpse. Banner bearing servitor.
Standard.
The flag! The flag! Nice. One of the coolest moments in the game. Let me pick up my flag. The flag!
We hold this ground in the name of the Primarch!
We gotta do it. Hold up.
If we die with vengeance on our lips!
There we go. Come on, man. You're ruining the moment. The one day YouTube doesn't want to fucking work. Wow, YouTube does not want to work today. Come on, man. Oh my god, it's not gonna fucking work. God damn it. I should have played one song and my game crashed. There it goes. I almost died. Wow, I alt-tab once just to play a YouTube video. My computer didn't want to handle it. It did not want to play that song. Hey, you're facing the wrong way. That's our boy.
Lord Calgar. Lieutenant, I received your message. Brief me.
Ah, he's so cool.
The
And seeing the
obelisk appears
assault
to be
after
the
this
source
is
of their
really fun as
power.
well.
It's protected by an energy field.
Give me a solution.
We've hit that shield with everything we've got. Nothing gets through.
My lord, there may be a way. In the catacombs, Lou said all it took was a transference of alignment. And then he inverted something. An object.
What of it?
It was identical to that obelisk. You want to invert that?
Explain.
Your Aura device might have a weakness.
Might?
Chapter Master, we cannot stay here.
Lieutenant, you stand by Sergeant Gadriel's assessment?
I do.
Captain Akran, muster your company.
Aye, Chapter Master.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying the cutscenes now.
Brothers! The heretics clamor for a taste of victory! But we will defy them this day, as we have defied them for 10 millennia. We are the sons of Ultramar, servants to the Emperor and guardians of the Imperium. Let these wretches feel the wrath of ancient vengeance!
My lord, our vanguard forces are through the field.
Hit them hard, Captain!
Yes, lord. All forces,
It's so cool.
fire at will!
Got the Dreadnought, got the grab tanks. You see all the boys moving up.
Greet it well!
Macias, train all battle tank guns on that abomination!
Yes, my lord! Captain, form a defensive line here.
Company! Defensive line!
Brother Titus, you will have only moments to execute your plans. Move quickly.
Such a good scene.
This must be the control unit. Do you understand any of this?
No.
Lieutenant, do we have a solution or not?
Stand by. There.
Just grab.
That killed you.
We're out of options.
I like how, like, no pressing of buttons or anything. It's just jork that thing, man. Just jork it.
Brother!
I'll live.
My lord.
How many more?
3.
You have brothers in mind.
Viridian and Talassa. We will handle the last one.
I'll get them moving. Brief them over the Vox.
Yes, Captain.
Oh, it's so cool. All right. Yeah, burnt down.
Viridian,
Yeah, we're not going to continue
Talassa,
on for all the other
have
stuff.
you
Thanks for you
received
guys
orders
for
from Akaran?
going with it.
Brother. Moving to point
So far, all that I've surmised so far,
That's all I'm to point
the introduction of Chaos is still the dumbest thing in the world. I have no idea why they reveal themselves. That question has to be remained. Things have been cleared up with all the Necron stuff. Thank goodness I did this, because now I remember, now I refreshed myself and relearned all of this. I'm going, okay, yeah, the Necron stuff, they needed that. We'll go with the assumption they needed the tech bridge for the plot. Great. Here, I'll let you guys open the storage and just go shoot people as I talk. There you go. And that's great and all of the other stuff. So for me, it's like, yeah, so that's what I'm just going to mention the thing. Their reveal is really silly, and it's still the exact same plot from the first game, that Chaos does everything they can to manipulate the Imperium for their own ends, to activate a device, and then basically they come back and deal with it. You saw that, I was through the door. That's basically what I've come in for. So today was a success. I'm clarifying some things. I can get that for the script. The one thing I'll probably have to play more, which I'll probably play there's often here and there, is playing more of the PVE stuff. Because with the PVP stuff, I just need to kind of get some more nuance with it a little bit, kind of see how it's like developed a little bit here and there. Because it's like, okay, is the second game's PvP better than the first? And so far, my consensus is the first game has a lot more options for you. But in terms of it being better, that turns to be subjective, because I can't think of anything that's like this is blatantly better or worse. Because they both are pretty good. The only thing I would say is that the assault class is just butchered from the first game. And the second game allows you to have more options to play, which is pretty nice, and has a dedicated sniper role where the first game was missing that. So I think that's the fair compromise. So for that, thank you to those here for joining us for the PV stuff, so I can figure that out. Sorry that I'm not going to be playing the game here for you guys. I'm going to send you guys off to somebody else. Let me see here real quick. Ow. A whole bunch of people on. I'll send you to... I'll send you to Love Lucy. She's super fun. Super funny. Very upset Scottish one. I think you'll absolutely enjoy her. She's an absolute joy. Please say hi to her. Please wish her a wonderful day. You've made my day wonderful. Thanks for chilling with me for 4.5 hours of me just going. I was basically just trying to figure that stuff out. I just woke up. No, it's okay, man. I streamed very early today anyway. I'm gonna go take care of myself, gonna clean up the apartment, start working on some other stuff, and then I'm just gonna chill out for the rest of the day. Try to enjoy my Sunday. Tomorrow I won't be around, but for the rest of the week and stuff, I'll be doing some stuff before I have to head off for Thanksgiving, because I'm doing Thanksgiving this coming up week instead. Everyone, if you've done Thanksgiving or going to do Thanksgiving soon, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving. Please stay safe, everybody. Please tell Lucy we sent you over. And please wish her a magical day. That'll be the raid message. We wish you a magical day. Okay, with that, see you guys next time. Thank you so much for the company, and I'll see you all next time. Happy holidays, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. As I try to say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Sergeant Van Tier's assault squad. Close call.